down the darkest road. I know that it's true. So throw your dirt at me and make it look brand new. They all know my name. Not an easy shot. Turn these tears into gold. They shine like what I've lost. Don't tell me that I'm dreaming. Don't tell me that I'm wrong. If I don't want you, then come on, baby, break my mind and take. But you have the key, so open my place, my place. I can't stay in my feet. What I'm gonna do? If I don't want you, then come on, baby, break my break my mind. So open my place, my mind. So where's my mind? So open my place, my mind. But you're not baby.
And welcome to the Overwatch Team Canada Trials. It's the final day. My name is Marks. This is Rain. And how are you doing today, Rain?
I'm pretty good. I'm excited. Obviously, it's all come down to this. We have had so many tryouts, and this day number 6 is going to be the last one here. So we're going to be covering the 6 to 8 block, and then we'll be covering the 8 to 10 block as well. So I'm really looking forward to getting to see some mostly familiar faces. But before we came in here, we did know that there actually is one player here that hasn't had a trial block so far. So looking forward to seeing Solsay on the screen for the first time.
Yeah, exactly like you said, the two teams that we've got put together for the scrim block, I'm sorry, not scrim block, but just the trial block. A lot of these players have already been actually on this stream as well, on the previous stream day that we had specifically on this channel. But these guys have been going at it all week long. And just if we could show all of the players quickly who have been entering through this trial, because there have been so many people in here. I mean, the number just kind of flabbergasted me, but at the end of the day, it really has to kind of get cut down to like 7 or 8 people in total. So, these players have been really putting it all on the line for this.
Yeah, seven players from 43 trials here.
Jeez.
Yeah, I don't know how Chibi and Danny are gonna have their hands full here. So definitely, I'm sure they have had lots of notes over the past few days. But yeah, it's gonna be really tough to narrow it down to that 7. That is the roster limit for the World Cup teams. And of course, you do have to have your standard 2 DPS, 2 supports, and a tank. And then the substitute roles, you can kind of fill in for whatever role you'd like, but most of the countries I've seen have been going for an extra tank and an extra support. So we'll see if Canada follows that trend as well.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting. And beyond just the players, there have been a lot of coaches coming into this one. And if you've been paying attention to any of the big teams right now participating in OWCS or even in Face It, there are so many familiar names that you're going to be seeing on your screen here. And so all of these guys getting shuffled up and trying to work with the teams that have been kind of thrown together in the trials. Big shout out to a lot of this assistant coaches who've been going through this entire process, just like all the players.
Yeah, and I really love the way that Canada's been doing this, is that there's a set number of assistant coaches that are in for each trial block, so they are actually getting time in the trials themselves, but they're also getting assigned individual players to do kind of one-on-one VOD reviews with. So lots of time spent with the players. So not only are the assistant coaches going to be able to give a little bit of feedback on how the coaches have been, or how the players have been responding to coaching, but I think that the players could also really help out in giving some feedback on these assistant coaches themselves, because they've all spent a very large amount of time together.
Yeah, this is literally just the super week where you go in, and then because of all of these trials happening throughout pretty much every single day. I mean, you've been co-streaming this, so you've been aware, you've been along for the entire ride. But taking a look at our 2 teams today, I mean, we've got on team 1, Astro, Amado, Solsay, Gorilla, and Jono. And then on team 2, we have Azure, Noxious, Razor, Graveyard, and Magic Meatball. What are some of the players right now that are really standing out to you?
Yeah, definitely. We have some OWCS players in here, and of course, that's going to be the top level of play for Overwatch right now. So I'm looking at Astro, I'm looking at Gorilla. They both play for Extinction in OWCS, and of course, Astro also previously playing for Team Canada in the World Cup in 2023. On the other side of things, Razor on the newest OWCS team, Disguised here, the newest partner team. So definitely keeping an eye on them. We have some fantastic St. Clair talent as well, Noxious and Razor, of course, coming from St. Clair College. And then also, another veteran here from Team Canada, Magic Meatball. So honestly, this is a pretty stacked 6 to 8 block. I think that we're going to have a lot of fun with this one for sure.
We definitely are. I mean, even before we went live and we were taking a look at these guys, it's like, oh yeah, oh. And so that this is going to be a very competitive matchup between these 2 teams. And obviously, as we continue to go throughout some of these maps, the teams might change up as well, just try and see whether or not certain combinations fit together. But for me, after the last trials block that we got to see earlier in the week, the Noxious and Razor combo was something that really stood out to me. Those 2 players know how to play off of one another. Like you said, both St. Clair players as well. And I just think that DPS lineup is just so powerful. And I'm curious to see how it goes up against Amado and Solsay.
Yeah, I'm excited to see this as well. So yeah, I mentioned Solsay. This is going to be their first block here in the trials, but I did a little digging. They do play on Ex Oblivione, so that is going to be a Masters Division level team. So right up there with the top, just like one step below of OWCS. As all right, we're ready to get into things, and first map, we'll of course get started with the control map, but we're shaking things up here. We're not on Lijiang Tower. Somehow we found our way over to Ilios.
That's a little bit of an interesting pick, but hey, I'm all here. They say variety is the spice of life, and I'm all for it. Taking a look at the compositions, it looks like Team 1 really going to focus on that Diva, which I've seen quite a bit of play here. But Team 2 going actually for the Ramatra to bring things up a little bit. But Nox just going to be finding Amado, and Magic 8 Ball taking out Gorilla. This fight may be just about over at this point.
Yeah, there's the DMAC on to the Diva as well. Astro gonna get cleaned up, and I think that is the beauty of running this Ramatra comp, is you got a lot of frontline presence here against this Diva. So for Team 1, if you want to stick with this Diva composition, the name of the game is going to be ignore Asher on this Ramatra. You're not going to win that duel on the Diva, so it's more going to be a focus towards trying to target down Noxious, force out a cooldown from the Kiriko, maybe get the TP out, and then collapse on. So we'll see if Team 1 are going to be able to adjust their strategy now that they know what composition they're up against.
And speaking of those adjustments, we got Amado coming now onto the Sojourn just for a little bit more consistency. Razor, though, as lurky as ever into the backline, trying to find a moment to pounce on some of these Team 1 players. Amado gets really low, and Razor's found that opportunity, opening up the fight and basically closing it right on Team 1's face. Already a couple picks coming through. Astro just trying to even out the score for a second, but it's going to be a little bit too late as the Diva does fly down. That's going to be Team 2 winning yet another team fight.
Yeah, this is big for them, and they have so many ults coming online here. They've been doing a great job getting these opening picks, a lot of opening damage, and MD on this Sojourn is just having a little bit of a hard time matching up against Noxious on this Emray, where you need a couple of seconds to build up to that railgun from this Sojourn, and where Azure is going to have this shield that's going to make it that much harder to build that up and then explode in. So Team 2 should, on paper, be able to win this next one. We'll see if Team 1 can just survive this onslaught of ultimates.
The override protocol knocking online, but Team 2 are going to have the full suite of ultimates as soon as Azure gets this online. And yeah, override protocol now going to be activated, supported by that Kitsune Rush. Astro as well, actually going for the self-destruct. Potentially, nope, doesn't look like that's the case, as Noxious is just wrecking absolute havoc and just ruining everybody's day. 2 ultimates spent, 3 ultimates left over for the next team fight, as Team 1 get a little bit closer to getting their own.
Yeah, unfortunately, they do not have time here to try to get back into things. Solsay on the Tracer is probably going to have to be the one to touch now, and yeah, Astro is even going to swap over onto the Doomfist to try and help with a follow-up, but the overtime needs to be triggered.
Yeah, at this point, it's just press Q to play. Azure getting 2 kills there, Noxious sweeping up at the end. And yeah, that overtime wick, it is getting stalled out just for a little bit a second, but it's just these last minute swaps. The Pulse Bomb gonna get tossed in as well. It's gonna be the Kitsune Rush alongside Magic 8 Ball's beat. They're still holding on to it, but it's not gonna be enough. As Team 2, they close that one out without Team 1 even getting a capture onto that point at all.
Yeah, it didn't really feel like we even got to see a lot of presence on the point, really. It was just all of the space being claimed by Azure there. And like we mentioned before we headed in, the Noxious Razor DPS duo is pretty phenomenal. So we see that if Noxious is given the space to work with, he is going to pop up. He's going to find the opening picks here. And I think that we're really seeing why Emray has kind of taken maybe a foot up in the meta compared to that Sojourn. It is, of course, going to depend on the sightlines and everything, but I think more so on control maps, we are seeing that Emray get a little bit more playtime. You don't have the same fall off damage, and you don't have the same wind up time that the Sojourn has.
Yeah, you definitely don't. And on top of that, like, being able to use the override protocol at the most crucial of moments has been really just changing things around in order to win out that team fight. I mean, one of the reasons you pick the Diva is to use that defense matrix to eat all of that type of stuff. But you can see, like, as you're just running through the Diva on that Ramatra. But we are seeing that swap now, so it looks like we will be getting pretty much a mirror composition between these two teams.
Good. I like to see the adjustment here, as Azure is matching on this Diva, so this is big, especially heading into well. There's going to be a lot more of this kind of high ground that needs to be controlled here. So when you come up against these mirror matches, it is all down to kind of this cooldown cycling. So far Team 2 has done a really good job kind of going through those cooldowns. They are going to have to adjust a little bit now that Azure's over on the Diva, though. So we'll see if Team 1's going to have an advantage here where they've been warmed up.
I mean, you say that, but Razor's already found Jono. And now is just trying to take this Tracer 1v1. A lot of pressure being raining from above onto Team 1. Yeah, that's the Astro, that's the B-Mech as well. This one's looking all but over. It's Team 2. They continue their steamroll forwards with no sign of slowing down at all.
Yeah, no, that's going to be percentage again here first for Team 2, and look at all the space that they're holding. Noxious is happy to just rain down damage into the spawn of Team 1, so we're going to have to find a pathing that's a little bit different here. We do see Astro kind of rotating around the side here. I think that right now we really are going to have to see Solsay kind of get a little bit louder on this Tracer, try and make some rotations on a bit of an angle, because right now Team 1's playing very stacked.
Yeah, and it's, once again, still not showing any sign of slowing down. Actually, Amato is able to find Noxious here, so the first advantage going to Team 1 as Razor's forced to get that recall online. Azure does have the self-destruct though, so could buy a little bit of extra time. The point though is going to convert as Team 2 decided to take this fight so far forwards that it was just this flank that was able to come online and flip things around. As it's just going to be clean up at this point. Razor though still going down, so he can actually able to find Gorilla, and that's going to be a lot of heals taken off the board. Amato though finally dealing with that pesky Tracer, wrecking so much havoc in the backline, and finally Team 1 should stabilize. I say that, but the team fight still is going on here.
Yeah, and there are going to be some ults here for Team 2 to work with to try and flip this back over, but they really love to hold on to them. They have the space on the point collected here, and they will be able to flip the objective over. So Team 1 need to regroup, they need to stabilize, because Astro's not in that mech yet.
Azure just found the perfect opportunity. Everybody just nice and grouped up. Finally, the remech will be online. Razor going to be nicely backing out of that one. Override Protocol not online for Noxious, going to be utilized on both sides of these teams. Who can get more value? Well, it is Jono using that sound barrier as well to try and buy a little bit of time. Air on air violence. Noxious actually able to find a charged up shot on Amato, shutting that one down. And still, it is evened out across both these teams. And yet Team 1, they pick up the scraps and they make sure to find the kills. Jono does go down, but this looks like the numbers advantage should favor Team 1 to close out this potential fight. Team 2, though, not laying up for a second. The combination of Azure with Razor might be just enough to deny Team 1 any point presence.
It doesn't even matter that Magic 8-Ball lost the beat there. The rest of the team just following through, and Team 1 has to go for the reset. They do have the Kitsune Rush to try and break onto this point. They're going to have to make excellent use out of it, though, because once again, they're running out of time here on this point.
Noxious a little bit under pressure here. Going to be overtime activated. It's going to be the Kitsune Rush as well from Team 1, exactly like you predicted. Razor just trying to stay alive in the high ground, very close to getting a Pulse Bomb online. Is Noxious under fire too. It's going to be Mayfall trying to bring them back in here. Oh, that's getting a little bit close here. Amato's not quite done. Wants to use that Siphon Pistol to try and isolate that kill, but Team 2 decide to back out of it. They decide it's not worth the fight here, and are going to make sure that they can regroup before they try and re-engage.
Yeah, and they need to do exactly that. So nice for them to recognize you need to keep Astro in this mech. You do have the bomb to potentially go for the remech, but you are never guaranteed to safely get back into that mech, especially with Noxious and Razor looking at you. And Razor does have that pulse bomb. So right now, Team 1 in the game just try to survive.
That's a big one. Amato going down. Noxious able to find Jono as well. Things seem to be favoring Team 2 here. Self-destruct now going to be utilized to try and ice things out. It's going to be traded on both of these sides here just for that remech. Noxious. Just headshots on headshots. Gorilla going down in the midst of all of this. Team 2 feel destined to win it all as soon as they deal with these pesky little remaining members of Team 1. The Kitsune Reich tossed in just for good measure. Razor just styling on him in the back line. And that is going to be Team 2 securing that second point. But Team 1 really coming back into things.
Yeah, hey, we definitely saw some more signs of life there now. That might be because it was the D.Va instead of the Ramatra making an appearance here on Well, but I think that you can anticipate that we're maybe going to stick with that D.Va as we move over onto Lighthouse. Of course, this is trial block, so it doesn't matter that Team 2 have just picked up 2 points. We're going to go the third one for good measure. Yeah, if we do still end up on this D.Va mirror, it might allow for Team 1 to come back into this fight a little bit more. But I think that if Team 2 make the swap back over onto the Ramatra, they just get themselves set up on point. I think that Team 1 are going to be running into the exact same issues that they had on first point.
Yeah, I mean, that's totally possible. I'm curious to see whether or not they just kind of stick with this dive. I feel like throughout this entire trials period, a lot of teams have leaned a little bit more closely into just having that D.Va. Once again, Makes sense why Diva was picked so much in that kind of like higher competitive queue there. But I will say for Team 1 on that last match, like the fact that Jono was getting picked off pretty early on, but they were still able to turn fights around, like you know that a lot of these players are really trying to pick up the slack here to make this competitive.
True, yeah. Definitely want to try and keep your Lucio alive long as possible. It is going to be, yeah, Lighthouse already kind of in control of Team 1. They're trying to get positioning on that high ground above the point so that Amadou has more space to work with. And hey, Solsei getting some space to work with as well in this racer.
Okay. I think this is the first time we've actually got to see Team 1 win things out on that initial team fight now. Now Astro's just kind of running it down. Could potentially isolate Graveyard, take that carry out, fight for that respawn just for a little bit longer, but all good. Team 1, they get that first cap.
Yeah, this is big for them, and I loved that positioning from Amadou. Unfortunately, Noxious seems to be very happy about that positioning as well, so already Team 2 finding a pick in the fight, and they should be able to put some pressure on this point.
Yeah, Azure as well as Razor already just kind of doing that. Noxious under a lot of fire, but reinforcements are going to be underway. Mateball just flying around here, trying to avoid damage as Astro is going to take down Noxious in the midst of all of this. As Astro is just going to be calling for that reset. See Team 2 trying to pressure that down, try to go for a little bit more. They will actually get that. Razor just chopping down Amadou just at the very end here. So this is going to be pretty bad if you are for Team 1. You see Astro trying to potentially punish that Diva, force out that mech, but not going to be able to come through, as it's just a brawl outside of this point, actually.
Yeah, it's such an awkward place to be taking a fight. Astro is going to make a beeline back towards the actual objective itself now, but Team 2 is going to have all 5 members back in this fight, and they even eat up the pulse bomb.
Oh, and kill.
Okay, maybe Team 1 can hold this, or flip it.
Yeah, Kitsune Rush going to be activated for Team 2, though. You definitely want to put the pedal to the metal on this team fight. Graveyard under a lot of pressure. Noxious able to come back into the mix, but immediately just bursts down Astro. That is sightline set. Solsei finds Mateball. It looks like Team 1. Well, they did lose the point. That's okay. They should be able to convert this one back around as soon as they kind of clean up these stragglers. As Razor and Graveyard are going to just try and play alive as long as possible and just stick up that percentage.
Yep, and Team 2 are doing a pretty good job of that so far. I sure think they're going to commit the bomb in here. Not going to get that remake, though, but there's still members lurking. Finally, it will be the point flipped over to Team 1, but that is a very impressive stagger here. Magic Baseball somehow going to get out alive. Great heals coming through from Graveyard there. Make sure the Lucio does not get staggered out. So Team 1 in a good spot right now. They have lots of ults to work with here, and you really need to make sure that they have space for Amadou on this override protocol, because those are usually the ults that are getting pulled early in the fight.
Yeah, and well, here we go. Mateball going to respond, actually. The sound barrier is Noxious going to be using the ultimate as well. And yeah, now Astro is just going to try and clean that one up. But in the midst of all of this fire, Graveyard is taken out. And so that is a lot of heals off the board for Team 2. And yeah, they're just kind of getting chased down, but Solsei not able to capitalize on the kill. Noxious finding the better half of it. And suddenly you see Team 2, they're not out of this one just quite yet. They're looking for an opportunity to try and close things onto Team 1, or at least punish that overextension, as Razor has been the guy to just continuously go on to this point and convert it around, and will force Team 1 to go for this wraparound to try and make that happen. Kitsune Rush gets utilized actually by Team 1, and so they're very confident that they can kind of stick this point, as they now lead in the percentage on that point, converting things around. Razor still kind of just being that one single straggler. Oh, that might be huge, but Wallride should be keeping Jono nice and safe. Gorilla flying down in the midst of it. Razor finally getting punished here, but Azure still alive and Noxious as well as ever. The self-destruct to get punched into this middle of the team fight just to clear space out, as Noxious gets really low, but will get healed up, and so the conversion should happen back around. But Team 1 get up to 95% easily.
Yeah, and I think at this point, I mean, they're looking to force some ults out of Team 2 as well, even if they don't end up winning it, but you get the DMAC onto Astro here, so is Team 2 not going to commit any more ults into this? I don't think, so manage to hold on to this bomb, to this Kitsune Rush. But I think if you're Team 1 right now, you really do just want to go for the reset, though, because Team 2 still had a good amount of percentage there, so this is going to be last fight territory. You absolutely cannot lose Solsei here, and yeah, that's exactly what happens.
Yeah, a bit of an overextension going punished. Team 2 so ready to punish that aggression. Both of these teams actually have just been playing in such an aggressive manner, wanting to move things forwards, but as that ticker is getting closer and closer Team 1 have to make a move. It's going to be Astro flying in first, just going to make sure that overtime does activate here. Noxious now going to be using the override protocol, met with Jono's sound barrier just to keep everybody alive, but it will be the Kitsune Rush on Team 2's side, something that Team 1 do not have access to. And Solsei going down yet again. Team 2 look to overwhelm, and they will do just that. A much closer game between these two squads, but once again, Team 2 are ready to punish the small mistakes that Team 1 are making.
Yeah, I really could have been a different look here if Team 1 was able to go for a faster reset, get regrouped as 5 for the final fight, but they not quite able to do it, overstayed their welcome a little bit too long on that point. So good stuff here. It's a really good start for the side of Team 2, and I think, yeah, seeing a lot of synergy between these players already, and recognizing kind of like the setups that they need to go for. I did like the original setup there from Team 1 where they got the rotation towards the lighthouse. I think that really did allow for them to kind of get that first fight win, but they were really never able to make that rotation up there again, so they kind of just got stuck on their own side of the map, and well, Noxious and Razor were happy to just pick them apart from there.
Yeah, and honestly, like, it felt like the Ramatra was the biggest counter, obviously against D.Va, yes, but it just seemed like that Team 1 had no answer specifically for the Ramatra, but as soon as Team 2 kind of swapped over and took things into their own court, I mean, the dive was looking pretty evened out between both these teams. It just kind of came down to a little bit more of these, like, clutch moments where a single player on Team 1 would get picked off, or Noxious is able to land some crazy headshot to close out the fight early. And honestly, both these teams kind of being a little bit hyper-aggressive to try and even take these fights before the point gets flipped around.
Yeah, it might be a little bit of jitters coming out for the first map here, right? The players really, everybody wants to be the hero in the trials, but I think that as we go through the block, everybody will settle in a little bit and help focus a little bit more on the macro gameplay rather than just trying to kind of win out those 1v1s and have the flashy plays here. So we'll see though. There, of course, like we mentioned kind of before we headed in, is that there will be some swaps that come through to the rosters most likely as we go through the block. Not sure that it'll happen on map number 2, but alongside the roster swaps that will come through eventually, Danny will add in some hero bans and things of the sort. So we won't necessarily be seeing the D.Va composition through the entire 2-hour block.
That's one of those things, right? It's just like, oh, and here we go again. D.Va, Tracer, Emre. It's going to be a Lucio and probably a Kiriko. I can already see it. But as soon as those hero bands kind of fly in, then it does inspire a little bit of differences, right? And I think that Team 2, especially coming into it, already showing us that Ramatra, it's showing just a little bit more flexibility, right? Because I think a lot of these teams very good at the dive. It feels like the dive is really their biggest thing, and as soon as I say that, a very classic composition for Gibraltar. It's still going to be dive, but a little bit of a different lineup with the Winston in the mix.
Yeah, so I suspect this is a Danny special of forcing the on a bridge Tracer Winston, and then he just says, and you can play whatever hit scan you want. He's done this continuously. We do also have a swap here where Razor's going to go over to Team 1 now, so Solsei, the Flex DPS is swapping out here, and Razor already falling victim to that previous DPS duo.
Yeah, that one's a little bit tough, especially with the monkey getting the zap on you, then you could be inches of life away. As you know, the payload is moving this entire time here. Noxious, a little bit of a wraparound, just applying that pressure onto the high ground, which was enough to kind of force Team 1 off of things. They have to regroup and try and take the fight closer to this payload. And yet still, Team 2 have done such a good job of pushing this thing so far forwards without any real team fights starting.
Yeah, and I mean, now Team 2's in control of the high ground as well. You forced Team 1 to make the rotation through server here. Hey, they are bunkered up and safe in this server though, so you are going to have to displace Team 1 if you want to get this payload around that second corner.
Brig going to be very impactful at taking down that Winston, pushing it away, as well as keeping the Tracer into check here. But Astro still going to be just completely collapsing upon the Graveyard. And all this pressure, sure, you were able to push the cart that far, but it's all good because Team 1 will stabilize themselves in just good target isolation.
Yep, very true. That's going to be so important with these dive compositions, of course, is really recognizing anybody that makes that small mistake of stepping out of line will get punished fairly quickly. These are all very high-skilled players, so now it's going to be a matter of getting this Nano online, but already it's a very aggressive dive ahead.
Yeah, Astro and Razor just kind of going deep into it, and in the midst of it, Amido as well, popping the override control. It's going to be enough to kind of keep everybody at bay here. All the while, Team 2 did get pretty close to moving that cart forwards, thanks to a little bit of a back cap happening, but finally Team 1 will wisen up and make sure that that does not happen as you're using that Primal Rage, will be able to escape here with their life. And Team 1 still holding on to the point, couple ultimates built up.
Yeah, you see Solse is still lurking here, thinking, might be able to get another attempt at a back cap, but that will not be the case. Yeah, they are very aware of what's happening here. So, Nano's online, and hey, it is going to be Azure and Astro both being the recipients of those.
And that's just enough to kind of force out the backline of Team 2. So that's going to be considered a win for Astro to be able to back up, just regroup and help the rest of the team. Astro now popping that Primal Rage. Once again, it's just going to be dislocating these supports. Make sure that Ana cannot continue to heal that Winston. And it will be sufficient as Razor just looking for the cleanup now. And yeah, with Winston jumping in behind you, Astro, that's going to be a tough one. You run away from Razor right into Astro's crosshairs.
Yeah, this is a really good stabilization, team kill here for Team 1. And Razor's going to get himself set up a little bit on the angle here, has a Pulse Realm ready to go. Most likely going to be looking for a stick onto Graveyard. If you could get Magic Mayfall, you'd be able to at least force the rally out, but I wouldn't be able to confirm the kill on that one. Team 2 do have lots to work with here, including both those DPS ultimates as well.
Oh, Razor, though, a little bit overextended. Couldn't get into the sight line of the supports. Falls down nice and early, and you can see Team 1 now we're going to be taking this opportunity. Noxious does have the Override Protocol ready to go. No ultimates on the side of Team 1, and so this could be a gnarly fight. At this point, it is just kind of force those things out. Noxious going to be flying around, trying to isolate and find those targets here, but it will still have to be a stall from Razor to try and make that one happen, but won't be enough. Team 2, they will overpower and capture that first point.
Yeah, I think they had just under a minute there, so good kind of final push there to cap up the last few meters of point 1 on Jibby. But they managed to do it without expending that rally as well, so it'll be nice to have for them as they're going to make the rotations up towards the high ground. That's a nice thing about winning a fight out a little bit later, is that Team 1 doesn't have time to get themselves set up here. So this is going to be a big advantage for Team 2, as they're going to be able to just keep sliding this payload forward. Now, Team 1 going to have to force this high ground positioning and try and build up some of these ults.
Whoop. Azure does get anti-nated here, and it will be okay. Amado using the Override Protocol now, just kind of going crazy on the top line. Magic Mayfall going down, so no rally available for Team 1. And yeah, not done yet, just applying all of that pressure. Don't blow yourself up. That would be a little bit unfortunate, but Razor and Astro have that follow-up and are ready to completely collapse among the Team 2 players. That should be more than enough to be able to win out this team fight and stop the push.
And now, of course, Team 1's going to be able to get themselves set up on this defense. And Watchpoint Gibraltar, although it did have this rework, I think it's still notoriously difficult to attack into the second point of Gibraltar. The on-a-break composition is just going to deny so much of that dive that's going to come through from Solse and Azure here. Azure does have the Primal Rage to work with, though, so you have an opportunity to go aggressive, and you might have to do it just to displace Team 2.
And it seems like it's going to be traded nanos with different Winstons flying around, but Gorilla actually going down in the midst of all of it. Never mind, it's a nano brig here, and Jono is going to actually pop the rally as Azure just completely just trying to zone them out with the Primal Rage online. And yeah, you're going to be juggling Amino right into the afterlife here, as it is going to be Astro just trying to hold on to things in the front line as Magic Mayfall's rally makes that a lot more difficult to do. Astro hopping down, just trying to keep the sustain alive. The dive going to be still focusing on this brig as Mayfall just desperately trying to stay alive. Has to pop the Primal Rage as well. And it's all in on Mayfall, and still Mayfall able to give Team 1 the slip. And all the while, though, Team 1 are able to stabilize on that cart. And so they will prevent Team 2 from capping here as Team 2 set up to go again.
It was so close to being picked up there. So Team 2, just a small little distance to make here. Team 1 losing Razor might be the door getting cracked open for Team 2 to secure the second checkpoint.
Solse still trying to apply that pressure, but finally everybody turns around and tries to make sure that Tracer can't do anything else here. Team 1, though, stable on that point as of right now. The brig as well, just holding up the shield, ready to bash anybody away. The isolation happening onto the Emerald. Override Protocol gets popped, but immediately punished here, as nothing really found with that ultimate. And all these ultimates starting to come online. Astro getting extremely low as Amino trying to make that one work, but will just get a mace to the face to end their life. In Team 2, they are just cleaning up the rest of the members of Team 1, and they should be able to get that second point.
Yeah, it's going to be the cap in overtime here. Team 2 get the team kill as well, so good stuff for them. They'll get to move into the third point, but they do not have a whole lot of time to work their way through here. They will have both those support ults and Azure with another primal ready to go, but I think that on the really long sightlines here of third point, you've got to be very concerned about Amadou having this override protocol ready to go. No fall-off damage and not a whole lot of corners for Team 2 to kite out of.
Well, the devil in E shall appear in the form of someone using an override protocol. Amadou now just trying to isolate it, spotted everybody flying into the small room there, and so that should be enough knowledge to let the rest of the team be able to secure the rest of them. And yeah, actually Razor, a sick little stick onto Solsei in the back. Actually, Mayfall going for the rally. A little bit of an unconventional idea given the fact that both supports are iced out, but will just try to make that one work. Razor has to be paying respect to Matefall, who is still alive in the midst of all of that chaos and able to actually regroup with the rest of Team 2. And so Team 1 are able to stall things out, but they're not able to find the punish that they were looking for. As Astro going in yet again just to kind of play this little taser dance against Azure.
Yeah, Astro does have the Primal Rage ready as well. Very, very low right now. Would love to not have to pop it before this fight starts, but yeah, he's gonna have to commit it.
Okay, well, isolating inside of the room here, just trying to isolate the Emery. Astro finds that kill onto Noxious and Amino as well onto Mayfall, and so a couple of members go down. Yep, that's going to be a big old sleeping monkey as time will be ticking down, and nobody from Team 2 can go in to touch the payload. So Team 1 stop them just after 2.
Oh, that's all, halfway through third point, not too bad, all things considered. I feel like first point and second point really just came down to the wire there, so good for Team 2 to be able to pull that out. But it is going to be interesting to see how they do on the defense here, because on the offense, they're going to be on the defense, because I do think that they were playing so aggressively, and that was what was like really getting them a lot of space, but you're going to have to really kind of tame that aggression when you're playing on the defense, because if you get caught out, especially on this first point, it's a decent walk back from that spawn. So a lot of cart progress can be gained if you don't, pull back and get a little too greedy. So we'll see. I don't expect that we're going to see any team swaps here. I'm pretty sure that Danny has locked them into this composition and given the hit scan free reign. So maybe we see some Widow, like that could potentially. Oh, ooh, okay.
Oh, well, there you go. You didn't tell me you were a fortune teller. That's crazy.
Yeah, this is repeating patterns. Definitely, I've seen a little bit of Widow here on Gibraltar from the trials. Usually does end up getting swapped out, but I am impressed, I will say, that we have the Widow on the defense here, because usually it is more so that kind of offensive Widow that's getting played these days.
Yeah, the hit scan kind of being a little bit of a change up. Obviously, we see a lot of Emmerich play, and already, yeah, it's going to be Team 2 putting a lot more pressure here. As, yeah, the team swaps have kind of changed around just to make sure that the appropriate ones are there, but we're just going to be reading what's on our screens right now. As Azure is up top just to deny that high ground presence, but has to go down there as we see Astro trying to put a bit of pressure on the backline, actually able to find Magic Mateball. So that might be the opening for Team 2 to be able to push forwards a bit more as we see Team 1 have to back up and pay that respect.
Yeah, there's going to be a little Tracer duel on the point here. Of course, Watchpoint Gibraltar kind of notorious for forcing the Tracers to find the better of one. So Razor will get it this time, and Amadou going to take down Noxious. So this is good stuff here for Team 1 to stabilize a little bit. There's going to be the cart continuing to move forward here. Yeah, we have swapped sides here because of the lobby bug. So yeah, Team 1 is technically on the defense, I believe, but it doesn't matter. We're gonna have, yeah, this payload really getting very close to approaching here, so pressure onto Team 2 just try and stop this cap.
Yeah, it's already a brawl happening so far forwards, mind you. Team 1 doing a good job at pushing that cart forward, taking all the space just after a single team fight. Astro under a lot of pressure, not able to escape in the midst of all of it. Astro's able to find that kill, and now Astro running ape in the back line, looking for that opportunity. An excellent hit away to allow Noxious a couple more kills to make this one happen as we see that switch away from the Widowmaker back onto the Emery. And yeah, it's going to be a nano boost onto John No, who falls extremely low here, 15% away from the rally, so not going to be an option available as Amadou. Unfortunately, loses that shot as Azure goes hunting, looking for that Widowmaker. But yeah, should be the reset now happening for Team 1 to try and regroup themselves before they push again.
Yeah, and that was honestly a very impressive re-engage there. Noxious going to start off with a kill on a Razor, and so despite this Primal Rage coming through, I don't know that Team 1's going to be able to continue this fight forward. The rally popped as well, so
oh yeah,
gonna be the payload backing up ever so slightly.
Yeah, and you see as well, Team 1 unrelenting at this point. Such great space bought by Astro. Make sure to isolate and secure the kill, but most importantly, gain that space for the rest of the team to be able to cap that payload. And yeah, that will be the case. So Team 1, they get to that first checkpoint, and it was a lot quicker than their counterparts when they were on defense.
Yeah, that's really true. And similarly, though, they're going to be able to get themselves stage up on this high ground. So Team 2 got a little bit of a walk to come back here. They committed a lot into that fight to not be able to stop the payload. So right now, they're just trying to build up this override protocol from Noxious and eventually put a little bit of pressure onto the point that's probably going to fall over to Solsei's responsibilities.
A lot of information gained right now. They know exactly where this Widow is hanging out, as well as those supports. Solsei going hunting, but Noxious under a lot of pressure. Thankfully, he does have a little bit of lifesteal activated here. The monkeys are going to have to fly in and support their back lines. Make sure that this one works out, but it's going to be the break that honestly makes a lot of the difference. I say that, but Solsei is able to find Gorilla in the midst of all of that, and Noxious popped the override protocol and found absolutely nothing. Still, though, Solsei, not quite done with this one yet, was trying to even out that fight, but all the while, Razor was able to move that cart forwards by so much. And now Team 1 already close to captain point number 2.
Yeah, this is a good spot for the payload to be in here because you pretty much just need to win one fight out if you are Team 1, and you should be able to get the second point cap. It is notable that, yeah, Noxious is not on this Widow duel anymore, so Amadou is going to have a little bit more free reign to work with, but not quite as good sight lines here on this second point compared to first.
And a boost. Used on Astro to gain that space. Solsei just not finding the pulse bomb stick there as the rest of the team is kind of collapsing in the back line. Astro and Razor going kind of nuts with it yet again. Solsei having to escape out of that one, but not able to get out of harm's way. Razor make sure to capitalize on top of there. Astro just trying to stall things out for a little bit longer, but it's all a little bit too late. Team 1, they cap point number 2 after only dropping a single team fight so far.
Yeah, the damage was already done when that payload just got pretty much all the way to the end while a team fight was happening. So moving into third point, lots of time in the bank here for Team 1, and including some ultimates as well. So good for them to win this next fight. So Team 2 right now, you want to either try and find an opening pick or just try and survive some of these ults that are going to be coming out so that you can build up to your own. You are at least leading in this nano, so Graveyard will have that online well before Gorilla. So you're expecting to see that go over on to Azure or onto Magic Mayfall in the case of a dive that comes through from Astro.
Yeah, it's been so good. Wow, what an anti. A great toss in by Gorilla. Does go down in the midst of all of that, but at least able to find Graveyard. So both of these Anas are down. A no nano boost available for Team 2 here. Team 1 continuing to apply that pressure forwards and looking for those opportunities. Astro able to gain that space and now gets recalled to try and help out with Azure. Just kind of hopping around and making such a nuisance to the backline. Finally, Primal Rage will get popped here. Razor looking for an opportunity to use that pulse bomb of their own. The sleep comes through and is going to be successful. As now Astro looking for an opportunity to wreak some havoc in the back line. Azure popping things and will get the nano boost as well, and is going to do more than enough to find the supports on Team 1. And at this point, you got to back up. Amadou actually swapping onto the Cassidy now, so finally is going to take a step away from the Widowmaker and going for a little bit more consistent damage on this Cowboy.
I'm a little surprised that it's not a swap over onto the Emre here, but the Cassidy at least will have that potential for the anti-dive, so you'll be able to play a little bit more with the supports, try and punish as you're on these engagements here. But this does mean that Noxious is going to have a lot more damage kind of availability here. The Cassidy not really going to be able to put the same pressure onto an Emre that a Widow could.
Yeah, that's the thing about the Emre. A lot more consistent damage across the board as Noxious is actually able to find Amadou. And yeah, it should be a hold here for Team 2 that showed no sign of slowing down. Noxious as well. Make sure to punish Jano on that Brigitte in the backline. And Dive tries to make something happen, but now we'll just get absolutely smushed as Solsei cleans up too. Team 2 hold strong.
Yeah, and looks like they want to hold close here as well. Graveyard on the low ground, not playing up on the high ground here. Solsei has the pulse bomb ready to go as well. So there's 4 ults here for the defending team to try and slow down this push. And with only 1 minute left to go, Team 1 gonna have to make excellent use of the ults that they do have available. That Nano for Gorilla, probably gonna go over onto Astro. Amadou with the Deadeye, you know, you could use it as a bit of a zoning ult, but you're gonna need the team to take space after that.
Finally, Nano Boost going to be online. Noxious as well. Pops the override protocol. Playing up top. Playing safe, though. Excellent use of that natural cover to make sure that a lot of that hit scan doesn't really hit. It's Team 1, once again, they're still taking that point forwards. Amidst all of this chaos, amidst the team fight happening, Team 2 so invested on the back line as Team 1 just inched that cart forward. And sure, team fight's still going on right now. Azure gonna get pressured out with that anti-nade, but Gorilla will be going nowhere. And yeah, an excellent anti-in as well on the side of Graveyard. And Team 2 will be able to hold strong as Noxious actually now swapped onto this Bastion.
Oh, okay. Bastion, a swap. Okay, well, all right. Back over to the M, right? Yeah, anticipating an overtime fight here. But yeah, that's honestly, Team 2 is doing a great job just playing second right now. They are absorbing these attacks from Team 1 very, very well. But the overtime is triggered here, and Astro over on the Orisa now.
Oh boy, that might be just used for a little bit of that additional sustain on that site, but already Astro falls down. Azure as well did such a good job at stalling out that backline, and so nothing can happen here, as it will be both teams pretty much tapping out really close to exactly where the other team did.
Yeah, that's true. It's kind of hard to call who was kind of the winner of that that map here, but a fantastic job from both teams. I gotta say, it was a really good defense on third point there as well. There was a lot of time that Team 1 was walking in with to that third point of Gibraltar, and Team 2 managing to hold for like 3+ minutes and not really giving that much space. So good stuff for all around. It is nice to see these kind of dive v dive matchups where the compositions are kind of forced because you have to anticipate that you know, it's a long season here for the Overwatch World Cup. You know, we're gonna go all the way until September. We're gonna go through multiple different patches. We're gonna go through multiple different seasons. So you need to make sure that the players that do get signed to the team are gonna be able to flex onto pretty much any composition that could be thrown their way.
The meta getting changed one patch after another, and on top of that, all the heroes that might be added into the game already. Sierra just kind of get tossed into the mix. Haven't seen too much play just yet in these trials, but is a potential possibility depending on how some of the patches go during World Cup. So still though, like you said, I really need to highlight the fact that Team 2 did such a good job holding on to this defense, because honestly, Team 1 looked like they were kind of steamrolling things on mirror compositions coming through here, but Team 2 were able to come online, and I think that that was a little bit more of that hyper-aggressive playstyle, with Azure and Solsei doing an excellent job at zoning out those supports and really relying on Noxious to be able to land those shots and get those punishes in when Team 1 were trying to dive in on their backline.
Yeah, and I think that it was a great job from the backlining Team 2 as well. I mean, Graveyard hit some really incredible anti-nades. You can see one right here, just shutting down the rally entirely from John No. So, yeah, good job. Playing the on a break is a little tough, where most of these support players are so used to kind of being on the Lucio Kiriko, probably the vast majority of their scrim time and their match time. So getting to pivot over to a little bit of a different backline here, sometimes it can be a little hard to make that adjustment into a more stationary gameplay, but I think that both backlines did do a fairly good job of it. So like to see it. I do anticipate that we'll probably be moving back over to a bit more Lucio Kiriko for the rest of the blocks. Gibraltar is really just kind of maybe the exception.
Yeah, Gibraltar is kind of like, okay, we know what the composition is, and everyone's going to stick to it. But then beyond all of those, I mean, to be fair, we have been still seeing a lot of dive. I imagine Diva probably still going to be coming into the mix. But I don't know. Based off of that last map, one of the players who really stood out to me was Magic 8-Ball on the Brigitte as well. I think throughout all of the sustained pressure that we saw the Winston Tracer dive kind of applying, somehow this Brig was staying alive in such precarious situations and also doing a great job of defending the Ana. So not only able to stay alive, but really just doing the job to a T. And I mean, once again, it's Magic 8-Ball. You know this guy's got it all.
Yeah, that's so true. It really does come down to kind of a lot of the micro understanding of the Brig, where you're able to land those whip shots every time. That is going to be your biggest kind of defense against that Winston dive in, is to make sure that the monkey is not close enough to zap you with the cannon. But on the other side of things, it's also about understanding the rotations, and that is going to be so important on pretty much any of these dive compositions. But on Watchpoint Gibraltar, that's where we can see things get punished the hardest, is if you are not fast enough to make a rotation. We see the supports rotating into the server room on point number 1, rotating through the ship on point number 2. It's all about kind of understanding the timing of that, and I don't think that we really saw the backline of either of the teams get punished during their rotation. So that really speaks well to the understanding from all of the support players in the lobby right now. Looks like we're heading over to Midtown, our hybrid map number 3. And we are going to have, I think similar compositions. Yeah, I don't think the rosters have changed too much. We are going to have the Sigma mirror here. I suspect there are some hero bans in as well, but it is fun to get to see a little bit of Wu Yang on the field. We're going to hold off on the Lucio for now.
Ooh, already Astro under such pressure. And Razor as well, actually swapping onto the Genji. Okay, a 2-for-1 deal. You toss out 2 of those little orbs and they'll go boom, finding 2 kills. Azure just doing a great job here. But I have to wonder whether or not that comes down to more of a reflection of the DPS choices on the side of Team 1.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Sorry, Team 2.
Yeah, Team 2. Yeah, all right, we're gonna swap off of the Genji back over on to the Echo here for Razor. But yeah, Amadou is favoring that Sojourn here. I do think that the Sojourn can work nicely on some maps. It does depend on the geometry. I think the Midtown is going to be one of those maps. It is going to be hard, though, for Team 2 to make this rotation through because there's so much spam damage that's going to come from that M-Ray that the Sojourn might not have time to kind of get through and find an opening pick. But they have made the rotation around the side here, so at least they have some space to work with.
Noxious getting extremely low, but able to walk away in the midst of all of that. And yet again, Azure under so much pressure here, but somehow escapes Death's rattle. Up until now, Astro finally able to secure the kill thanks to that Kitsune rush tossed in by Gorilla. And finally, Team 2 will get a foot in the door and kick that thing wide open as now they get capture time on that point.
Yeah, and we don't often see a re-engage come through on first point Midtown, certainly not when 2 ticks have gone through. You can see kind of the outlines of the players here for Team 1. Looks like they're more or less just looking to stabilize on a second point here. Yes, it will be the cap coming through for the side of Team 2, but ult's coming online early here for Team 1. They were able to do a lot of spam damage despite losing out in that fight, so Team 2 will have to be aware of this Gravitic Flux that's ready to go here. Not a whole lot that can cancel it out, save for maybe a rock being hit by Astro onto a Azure.
Never say never. I'm calling it. It's going to happen. It's going to be crazy. Noxious, though. Override Protocol goes up, almost gets taken down immediately, but it's thanks to Solsei in the backline yet again. Make sure that Sojourn isn't going to be able to do anything. The shield makes it a little bit annoying, but the presence was gained. Team 2, they have to be respectful for that, and we'll be backing out here. Amadou now swapped onto the Widowmaker, the offensive Widow. Now going to be in play as Astro continuing to move things forwards. As Azure still just trying to find a gate too. Okay, Amadou swapping back onto Sojourn. So a little bit of indecision happening on the side of Team 2 as they try to figure out what composition they really want to run.
Yeah, though I like the Sojourn, the Widow, you're just not going to have the space to work with here. The Flux in, connects onto a few here, does force out some ultimates as well.
Oops. Yeah, it's going to be the stun onto Azure, somehow able to stay alive, but the duplicate will make sure that Razor's able to stay alive in the midst of all of this. Up until then, Azure just dominating in that Sigma 1v1 just at the end of the day, and still is trying to move things forward. We'll get Accretion into a stun here, but still just phenomenal pressure from Team 1 to make sure that they continue to hold this advantage forwards.
Yeah, really great stuff. Okay, it is going to be the Flux coming in from Astro, and that's going to take out Azure. This is a big opening here for Team 2. Azure really holding the door closed for them, but they're still going to have to be worried about
no way.
blast.
Great stun through the Accretion. Solsei not able to get into the space. You could see the trap was getting set up and immediately just gets foiled by Astro finding that stun. And still Noxious holding on, trying to make that one work. But Team 2, you're on janitorial duty, cleaning up the rest of the Team 1 stragglers as they will finally break through and move that cart around.
Yeah, you can see they're keeping 3 people on cart. They want to get as much space as they can before they rotate up to the high ground here. But Azure's going to have a way to get into this high ground fairly quickly here. Is it going to be able to push all the way, though? You need 5 members of Team 1 to be alive before you can push this. And having the Kitsune rush here for Gorilla should more or less secure this high ground for Team 2.
A lot of pressure being applied through these Sigmas. It's been such a treat to watch the Sigma 1v1 right now. Seeing how the rest of the team is going to be playing around. Azure under a lot of pressure, has to back up, gets Accretion, and that could spell doom. Still alive in the midst of all of that, but extremely low HP. Finally, the cleanup will happen, as it is Gorilla using the Kitsune rush once again. Yeah, Team 2, no sign of slowing down as Astro finds 3 in the midst of that fight. That's point number 2 achieved.
All right, yeah, team kill to celebrate moving into 3rd point here as it is going to be Team 2 pushing forward, taking a bit of space here. They're looking to build up this overclock for Amadou. Gonna have a bit of a better time, I think, trying to use this on 3rd point. Much longer sight lines here, but on the other side of things, Noxious with that override protocol, also happy to have some nice long sight lines here. Once Team 2 kind of commit into this fight, I expect that we're going to see this override protocol come out from Noxious. And if it doesn't find a kill, it will definitely at least zone Team 2 back from this corner.
Ooh. It'd be really cool if you were alive to use that ultimate, don't you think? Azure uses the Flux now and is actually able to find Razor, who gets caught just on the tail end of it. Amadou, though, still trying to keep this one alive. Overclock is going to get popped here, looking for the Sig isolation. A good grasp, not going to be yet enough, as it should be the kill onto that tank, and so all that shield pressure gets removed, giving Team 2 yet another opening, and they show no signs of slowing down.
Yeah, that was the pick that Amadou needed. I think Noxious was pushing forward, looking to get set up for that override protocol, and yeah, Amadou popping that, and then because you've taken the M-Ray out, that allows you free reign to pop that override or overclock for yourself. So Team 2 still managed to do that while holding on to some ults here, so we're looking at a pretty expensive fight for both these teams.
A little bit of a trade happened in the backline, but Team 2 still coming out on top. Astro is able to find Azure. And yeah, this one is all but said and over. They're just trying to capture this final point here. It is going to be the Kitsune Rush that gets utilized just in the backline. Magic 8 Ball trying to apply that pressure, but it gets taken out. And so Team 2 complete it with 1 minute and 47 seconds remaining, capturing that third checkpoint.
Yeah, nice stuff for them. Really did feel like once they got the momentum going, they didn't really slow down a whole lot. And I like that from these flex, these kind of poke styles, is recognizing just kind of the ebb and flow of these cooldown cycles. And I think that Astro was doing a really fantastic job with that on the Sigma. Always had either the shield up or the kinetic grasp ready to go so that you could kind of push in aggressively with that shield. You use the kinetic grasp to kind of back up, and the team was all in sync with him as well. That is so important to not kind of get picked off, because we would have seen a much longer stall usually on third point of Midtown. You have a very close defender spawn to work with here, so I think that really speaks to how well Amadou or Astro was kind of keeping this team kind of in check and understanding when to push in and when to chill out.
Yeah, like you could just see as soon as the Sigma kind of gets taken out, then all of that shield pressure just kind of gets removed, and suddenly a lot more of those long-range hit scan heroes are going to find so much value. And really, I think that was kind of like the isolation point. Hey, just get that Sigma out of here, and then we can just roll them forwards. As now we will be swapping around yet again to see whether or not they're going to be able to beat that 1 minute and 47 time bank. It's going to be now Team 1 on the attack. It's fun reading UI sometimes, as they're coming out here still with Noxious swapping onto the Sojourn this time, and already it's a very pokey from both these teams.
Yeah, this is, I think, what we're expecting here. Interesting to see how Noxious move over onto the Sojourn here for the attack instead of that M-Ray. So we'll see if he's going to be able to kind of match the tempo that Amadou's been putting up so far. But yeah, when it comes to these poke compositions, it's all about just trying to force out some of these cooldowns. You've really got to break this Sig shield. Like you mentioned, when you have these longer range DPS, you need to open up some space for them to work their magic.
Well, goodbye, Azure. Just getting absolutely melted down at the end. Now Noxious isolated alone, just trying to take that off angle. We'll be able to regroup with the rest of the team, but it's all a little bit way too late. Team 1, they close their grasp to make sure that Team 2 were not able to get even close to the point here.
All right, yeah, good first hold here. You're gonna have to do a few more though if they want to have a full hold here. So it'll be just a matter of building up some of these ultimates. Gorilla doing a fantastic job building up to this Kitsune Rush. Lots of heals, lots of damage coming out from that Kiriko, and that is going to make all the difference here. So those are going to be the first ults online by far. So Team 1 in a pretty good advantage right now. All they have to do is make sure they can try and hold this corner and build up to that rush.
Sig's just doing their dance around the shield. Tale as old as time, especially on some of these maps. As Astro now going for that high ground to try and get the jump down onto Azure. It's going to be the Kitsune Rush actually getting activated, but they all just go into that nice little orb as Jono loses their life in the midst of all of that. And that is such a powerful ultimate that gets expended by Team 1. Not really capitalized onto, except for Astro still kind of going nuts on things, looking for a little bit more value and punish that one. Graveyard now going to be using a Kitsune Rush to try and get this Sigma, but Astro will be able to escape out of the midst of all of this. Noxious now onto this off angle, trying to make that one work. The duplicate gets invested for Razor as well. Astro still not done, has just been doing such a good job of navigating around the natural space on Midtown, and just will not die, leaving Team 1 an opportunity here to do that, as Razor unfortunately getting caught by the accretion.
What a nice accretion coming through from Azure, and also
Yeah.
really cheeky Kitsune Rush angle there for Graveyard. I've never seen anybody use Kitsune Rush in Laundry, because usually you're only going to get kind of a couple of feet here, but actually managed to thread the needle through the doorway as well, and that's really opened up the space for Team 2. Soulstate's going to do the duplicate over on to the Sigma as well, but with, 2 ticks on the board here for Team 2 on the first point, it is going to be the capture. They'll get this payload moving. Oh, a pause coming through, probably the auto DC pause. Oh, and that's like a very quick DC. Oh.
We love it when it happens in live audience, you know, like we're seeing it unfold in front of us. But yeah, that is exactly going to be the case there, as we do see Mateball is unfortunately going to get disconnected. I didn't get to see how close the ult percentage he was getting on that Wu Yang, but hopefully it wasn't a little bit too much, as we could let a lot of these players kind of, you know, get ready and hopefully unpause, especially just as soon as that first checkpoint was reached.
Yeah, you know what? At least it was in the middle of a fight. His team did cap the point. He's like, okay, it's time to leg out now. Thanks so much, everybody. Yeah, good job. But it was a pretty early kind of fight win for the attackers there. So the defending team, Team 1, is going to be able to get set up probably on that high ground, which we did not get to see on the other side of things here. So this time it's going to be Team 2 that's going to have to fight to get control of this high ground. And I think coming up against Amadou up there that has the overclock to work with, I think that it's going to be pretty hard to take this space away from them. But you have a gravitic flux to work with, so you might have to commit that in just to open things up.
Yeah, and well, overclock gonna get utilized now. Okay, well, Noxious actually gets kind of taken out immediately before they're able to pop their own, so good isolation and destruction. Flux getting invested here. Azure, seems like should still be an opportunity to win this fight. Okay, yeah, it's going to be the ultimate tossed in as well, but kept at bay in the midst of all of this. And even, despite all of that, somehow Jono stays alive. And all this chaos going on, but Astro able to find Soulstate to open up that first opening kill. Noxious now finally getting that opportunity to use the overclock. Nothing found in the Flux here, but it is going to be the accretion that takes Noxious out. And so despite that ultimate getting utilized, Team 2 still gained no ground.
Yeah, Gorilla was working overtime to keep John Doe alive. Honestly, fantastic Suzu there that Wu Yang kind of flashed his life before his eyes. So good stuff here. Kitsune rushes are going to be available for both of these teams. I think that for Team 2 to have Razor so close to this duplicate, though, that is going to give them the edge. Even if you commit the Kitsune rush in kind of first, you'll be able to build up to that duplicate. So you're still going to have the advantage in the fight.
Oh, well, Graveyard already dead on arrival here. It's Team 1, Amadou specifically, is able to get that charge shot. The railgun landing its mark. And Azure just kind of taking that space, going for that poke, trying to back it up. Finally, the cart will, well, not quite get moving, as Team 1 just completely surrounded. Azure cut off from the rest of the team, as it's very awkward, but should have a nice enough sustained health pool here, as it is kind of this two-pronged attack now online. Accretion does find its mark, but Astro able to use the kinetic grasp just in time to keep people alive. Magic Mateball, though, finds Amadou, and now Kitsune Rush going to be utilized. Astro grinding the accretion, but Magic Mateball is just going wild on this Wu Yang, and make sure that there will be no shenanigans from Team 2 to move anything.
Yeah, unfortunately, not quite going to be enough to get this choke point kind of broken through here, so Mateball will be able to build up the ultimate, and Team 2's done a good job to not really commit too much into any of these fights, so you have an opportunity to kind of just go for an ult dump here, but Team 1 also cycling through things, so it's going to be tough here, and only a minute left to go.
Oh, Azure uses the accretion and just misses Astro's feet. But it is going to be Wu Yang on Wu Yang violence. Magic Mateball going down, all the ultimates getting tossed through. Azure's able to at least find one, as Accretion trying to fly this duplicated Kiriko, but won't be the case. As that payload will be able to finally make a little bit of progress, but it's very even right now between these two teams.
Yeah, and the payload. All right, here we go. Moving forward, that was a very, very long hold here on the first kind of choke point here midtown for Team 1, so good stuff for them. They commit to the duplicate in, but they still have the gravitic flux, they still have the overclock. Man, Emre is messing me up here. But a Team 2 in control of this high ground, though, so Amadou's not going to have all this free space to work with, and Noxious is very rapidly building up to this overclock zone.
Oh, the gravitic flux gets utilized here, but not able to isolate or find any kills, as it actually is going to be the support ultimates now that will make that shine happen. Jono tries to find that opportunity, but not able to do so. The overclock going to get activated by Noxious, who's just running people down, has them all isolated into that back line. As SoulSave finds a kill onto Razor. Azure, meanwhile, is just going onto that front line pressure. Noxious keeping everybody at bay with that long range battle. But it should potentially be enough here as they just collapse upon Astro. Team 1 will be taken. Okay, yeah, it's going to keep on going. Team 2 find that second checkpoint. Team 1 not able to close them out. But at this point, there is no way that Team 2 will reach the time bank that Team 1 achieved.
Yeah, it's not doable, but they can at least try and push this as far as they can. They really feel like they've kind of locked in here on the second point after getting held for so long. They move into this third point as you're building up to this gravitic flux as well. Actually on a pretty high ground there. So the rest of the team going to be left out to dry a little bit.
Whoa, great accretion. Able to find that Wu Yang. It's honestly, Astro's just been doing a good job with all of this utility, but the entirety of Team 2 understand just how important Astro is, and so they try to collapse upon him. But in the midst of all of that, Noxious finding Razor is not how you want to start this one off. Team 1 has to retreat right now and buy a little bit of space, buy just a little bit more time to allow that regroup to fully happen, as Astro's still trying to hunt for more. The Veridic Flux actually getting utilized here is going to get Amadou, as Amadou's not able to escape in the midst of all of that. Kitsune Rush now coming out. Team 2 think they can take this one the distance. Gorilla applying that pressure onto it, but Team 1 come back swinging. Now they've got 2 Sigmas on the battlefield, and a Gravitic Flux from Razor will try to find anybody there. Not able to find anything, as now Graveyard uses the Kitsune Rush as well. Buys just that additional frontline pressure, allows Team 2 an opening, a stop in the door here, but still they need to find those kills to be able to isolate and win these fights.
Yeah, and in overtime now, so Team 2 cannot leave this payload, and they are going to have some ults to work with here. Noxious trying to open things up here. SoulSave's going to commit the duplicate as well, and they continue to move this payload forward.
Yeah, Astro trying to get that final touch in, the swap coming through as well, but it's not going to be enough. That will be Team 2. They cap it in OT. Not as good as Team 1 did, because they did get a minute and 47 time left in the bank here, but still they're able to take it the distance after overcoming that crazy defense.
Yeah, honestly, they really did just kind of find their momentum, and they kept rolling with it through second point into third point. Really good stuff from the team, and also cycling through the ults as well. To have kind of both your DPS ults ready to go for an overtime fight, that is pretty much going to guarantee you at least a fight win. So really good stuff from that, and yeah, really like to see these teams showing us a little bit of this poke composition. It feels like we are getting to see, lots of different comps here, and that is also kudos, of course, to Danny, recognizing what maps you can force players to play what comps on.
Yeah, absolutely. And once again, I just have to highlight Astro. I think on that Sigma was just such a pivotal piece of the team. Whether or not it was buying that space or using the utility exactly kind of like how you described it to make sure that barrier was blocking things when necessary. Kinetic Grasp always felt available at the right time. But just able to escape out of a lot of precarious situations and not kind of force that reset all the time and keep the fight going.
Yeah, it's a good point, because on these kind of like poke compositions, usually you're giving a lot of kudos to your DPS here. It's all about kind of creating the space so that your DPS can hit the shots, but you gotta have a very strong tank presence to be able to do that. And I do feel, yeah, Astro was doing a fantastic job kind of like staying alive through these things. Yeah, I give shoutouts as well to Gorilla on the Kiriko. Fantastic job with the Suzus, really making sure that nobody was dying when they necessarily didn't have to. And I mean, Kiriko did get a bit of adjustment as well in the most recent patch. Her primary fire, the Akuda, does move a little bit quicker, so you're able to hit some of those crucial heals a little bit faster as well. And I do think that we are seeing a bit of an impact with that with these Kiriko.
I mean, 100%. Even before that patch, like, Kiriko was picked in almost every single composition, but exactly like you said, like, it's so important using those Suzus to mitigate some of those kills, because that's why a lot of these team fights dragged out as long as they should have. One team kind of getting the jump on the other, and yet, Kiriko comes in, hits the Suzu, and suddenly the support line is able to get everybody up nice and healthy, and suddenly the team fight flips on its head.
Yeah, you can see this the second point hold here right at the choke of first point, and just how much time was burned off the clock here. Really, really good job from Astro to control all this space. But it really did come down to just building up some of these ultimates and finally moving this payload forward for our blue team here. And yeah, once they kind of got past that little, speed bump, they didn't really slow down here. So really good stuff from them. And yeah, I look forward to seeing if there are going to be any changes to the rosters here, because I think a reminder that there were no changes to the rosters between Gibraltar and Midtown, so we were playing with the same players and the same teams.
Well, we're 1 hour into this block, and we're going to be taking a quick little 5-minute break. Allow the players to stretch their legs a little bit, kind of chill out before we come back and see if we've got a little bit more madness waiting for us on the other side. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back just after this break. Welcome back, everybody, to the Overwatch World Cup Team Canada Trials. My name is still Marks, and we've still got Rain over here, and we are entering into the second hour of our first block. And Rain, we've seen a couple of maps at this point. What are you thinking?
I'm thinking that at some point we're gonna have to go over to a map where brawl is forced, because we've got to see a lot of dive, we've got to see some poke. So I'm sure that as we head over into the next map, at some point we're gonna get some brawl compositions. We do have 2 map modes left. We have a push map to go through, and we have a flashpoint map to go through. I think that both those map types would bode well for trying to push more of this kind of. Probably Ramatra, potentially Orisa. I do know we've seen Astro play a little Orisa, so we'll see. But I do think it is time for some good old-fashioned brawl.
I miss when Reinhardt was just like, you're talking brawl, it's going to be a Reinhardt. Of course it's going to be a Reinhardt. But maybe I just dated myself by saying that. That's okay. Because I also agree. I think you're right. Like, the whole point of these trials are trying to figure out which players will be able to make it on the roster. And one of the points that you made earlier in the block that we've had here is having flexibility and being able to change on 2 different styles of composition, but still be able to produce good results. And so I do think that you're onto something when talking about how these 2 teams might be swapping things around to try to go for that more brawl composition, just to show what some of these players are capable of.
And where we're getting into the second half of the block as well, in the previous trials that have been run, Danny will start to add in hero bans, and at one point will allow the players to actually pick the hero bands themselves. So that probably won't come in until I'm thinking map 5 or 6, but we could potentially have some targeted bans come out. Some players don't want to play, Lucio Kiriko the entire time. So that might be happening as we are going to head over to Flashpoint. We're going over to Atlas for our 4th map here, and not quite the brawl composition, but we're getting a little bit closer, as it is going to be Azure over on this Orisa, and then Astro going to stick with the Sigma that found so much success on Midtown.
Keep in mind as well, Razor on the Genji here against Solse, who is playing that Pharah, especially trying to go up against some of the hit scans that we've been seeing so far. I don't know how this one is going to be playing out. Azure trying to take that forward stance, but Maypal gets caught off. Amadou on this Cassidy. And yeah, that's going to be the Orisa support, just trying to hold that front line. This team 1, they were straggling for a second there, but especially with that pick on a Razor, should be able to at least win out this first team fight, if not cap that point.
Yeah, they're looking to put a little bit of presence on the point, but definitely with Atlas, it's so important to win out the fight before dropping down to that point. You won't be just a sitting duck once you try and cap that point out. So not gonna go through yet. Noxious, you've got to be so careful of those nades. Oh.
Yeah, it's got to stick with it. You just bounce it off the back line, guarantee that kill. And yeah, you see Team 2 now try to be a little bit more careful around things, but they're able to successfully disengage here. As Team 1 are getting close to getting a lot of their ultimates online. Team 2, meanwhile, still on that Juno, is going to be the only one kind of close to that ultimate being available.
Yeah, and just now we're seeing the cap go over for Team 1. Team 2 are coming into this with aggression, though, and that's the thing about having this Orisa into the stick matchup. You gotta clear the space.
Oh, yeah, excellent just usage there. Astro once again showing us the aficionado status on that Sigma. Make sure to have that barrier up. Make sure to absorb that Javelin from potentially canceling out the Gravitic Flux, but it was enough to dislodge Team 2 and continue Team 1's advancement on that Flashpoint.
Yeah, and the flashpoint percentage is going to take up pretty quickly here, so we'll have to see Team 2 push back in with the utmost haste. Axure is going to move over onto the Diva here, and Noxious making sure that Team 2 have a hard time pushing into this.
Ooh. Fedeye gets utilized as well, but Razor, deflection onto Soul Save will be enough to kind of stall them out yet again. You see this pressure that Azure's trying to go in onto the back line, but once again, Team 1 just feel like they've got such a good grasp at keeping everybody alive and can really just rely on Astro alone to zone so much of Team 2 out of the way. As once again, Team 1 getting closer and closer to getting that. It's going to be the Orbital Ray now that gets utilized. Magic 8 Ball using the rally just to stay alive. Soul Save trying to apply more pressure onto that point as the overtime wick is getting burned out, but an excellent little stun there makes it uncomfortable for Astro, but not enough to really secure the kill. As Razor at least able to find Noxious. Finally, the DPS are going to be starting to connect a bit. Astro getting extremely low is going to be able to find Razor mid-blade to shut any additional damage down. And Amadou still trying to keep that alive, but Astro still once again going absolutely insane on the Sigma. Sure, the point might have flipped around, but the numbers with Team 1.
Yeah, and they only need one more fight win here. 99%. They have the flux to work with. They're going to want to wait a little bit to try and get everybody else back into the fight, but you pressure out Azure, and you don't have to wait any longer. Now the onus is on to Team 2 to get some pressure onto the point, and they have no ults to work with.
Oh, Gravitic Flux at least captures Razor there, who goes for the deflect, but is able to actually get out of the way in time. So that is going to be a nice ultimate. That Team 2 are able to force out of here. Self-destruct now gets utilized. They still think that they can take it, but Azure getting gunned down out of mech. And yeah, it's just going to be cleaning crew for Team 1. They continue to add that pressure forwards and are just now chasing down the remaining members of Team 2, as that first flashpoint will be theirs.
Okay, Rock not quite going to connect. The damage has been done. Gorilla somehow finding his way out of that. Just we'll move over. Looks like it's going to be Bizarre for flashpoint number 2 here. Razor's going to move over on to the Pharah. Solsei has the blade ready to go here, so that's going to be the only ult online for now for Team 1. They will be able to build up to this override protocol from Noxious as well, however, but it is going to be Team 2 having to push in to this point, as Team 1 already set themselves up around it.
Okay, Dragon Blade going to get pulled now. Solsei dancing around, actually able to isolate and kill Azure. Thanks to a little bit of that additional pressure from Astro. So funny seeing these hero swaps go around. Solsei originally on the Pharah goes on to the Genji, and Razor doing exactly the opposite.
All right, yeah, it is fun to see. I think that yeah, Amadou matching on the Emre as well, notably was on that Cassidy to start, and it just makes a little bit more sense to have the Emre pressure on both sides. So it will be the override protocols coming online for both teams. Team 1 is continuing to build good amount of percentage on this point, and although the Pharah can offer a lot of poke damage, it doesn't offer a lot in the way of trying to take space here, so that is going to bowl over onto Azure.
Noxious override protocol looking into isolate and annihilate. Oh boy, you see Razor just trying to escape out of that one. All the meanwhile though, Amadou uses the override protocol of their own, and yeah, it's just actually not going to find anything there, but it's all good because it is going to be the barrage that gets tossed in the midst of all of these things. Sorry, not the barrage, but it's going to be a rally. It is an absolute brawl on this point right now. Still, Razor just trying to ice things out, trying to gain that space on that far and just continue to rain down those rockets. Astro is still just trying to hold on to this point. It is going to be Team 1 actually getting to 99%. The orbital rays on both sides get dropped down from the heavens. And yeah, it is going to be Team 1 on clean up duty. Astro this entire time has not been dislodged from the point.
No, this Sigma just cycling through the cooldown so perfectly here, and then the good positioning from the supports as well. Graveyard and Magic 8 Ball were never eating a lot of damage that's coming through from Amadou and Razor, so they're able to just stay comfortable, keep Astro healed up, and yeah, 2 points on the board here for Team 1, and not too far will we have to travel to get to a resort here for point number 3 on Atlas, and again, it is going to be Team 1 getting them set up on the point first. Razor has the barrage to work with now, but again, it's going to be so hard to kind of find the space to work with to use this barrage.
Astro already gets so much damage in, so Razor's not even able to take a peek at what's going on this flashpoint. The line Astro does have Critic Flux ready to go, looking for an opportunity potentially to use that. Oh no! We see Razor go for that hero play, but immediately just gets gunned down in the midst of it. Yeah, that's going to be the accretion out of the way, so that means it's the go button. Astro immediately just picks up Azure, drops him down half the HP, taken off, but a lot of pressure being received on both ends here as Astro gets extremely low. The team play not quite done yet. Azure swinging on Solsei. The rock flies in and finds purchase as both these teams still unrelenting on this point. It hasn't been capped yet in the midst of all this team play.
Right, oh my gosh, yeah, it's been going on forever here. Neither team reluctant to let the other one take this first. Solsei has the blade to work with here. I think that Amadou having this override protocol first here might be the advantage the Team 2 needs to try and get the flip, but they actually will be able to get the percentage built in here without having to commit that ult in. Razor off of the Pharah. It is going to be matching the Genji once again.
Oh, here we go, override protocol, looking for that potential pick off onto Solsei, and finally it comes through thanks to Gorilla. And yeah, this is going to be enough from Amadou to pressure Team 1 back. As Team 2, they have that cap point and that flashpoint going to go up in levels as Noxious actually. Override protocol of their own. looking for a potential gap in how Team 2 are set themselves up. A lot of damage being tossed in onto them. No kills secured, as it is going to be Jono using that rally just to add a little bit more sustained meatball, adding it on to the end. But Team 1, they invest both of their support ultimates, actually support ultimates all over, raiding from every single direction here, as Team 2 continue to try and hold on to things in the midst of all of this chaos. And yeah, they'll be able to do just that. Team 1 will be forced to reset.
All right, good stuff here for Team 2. They have come alive over on Resort. Do find the pick over onto Graveyard as well. There's not going to be a recontest that comes through for Team 1. That is going to be Team 2 putting themselves on the board. And now we're going to have to head all the way to the other side of the map for the remaining 2 flashpoints. Looks like we'll be going over Gardens first, and Team 1 will go ahead and getting themselves positioned towards that point. Astro is building up to this flux as well. Once they get themselves set up in one of these choke points, should be able to build that up fairly quickly. We've seen how much damage Astro can put out, but Team 2, they already have the flux ready to go, and Razor's going to be having a bleed online shortly as well. So going to be a lot here for Team 2 to work with to try and break this point open.
It's going to be the first gravitic flux that gets utilized. Asher just dips down, and yeah, the blade gets drawn by Razor as well. And so this is a heavy investment coming in from Team 2. They're able to at least take Meatball off the board very early on, and looking for more value. We'll be able to not actually find Astro. Finally, the kills come through for Team 2. They lose Razor in the process, but that's all good because all said and done, and they get that first cap.
Yep, it's a good combo of the Gravitic Flux and the Blade, even though, you only catch the Flux onto one, the dash reset will come through once Razor secures that kill. So, good stuff, and now Team 2 is going to get themselves set up in this choke point. Those building up to the rally and that override protocol for Amadou. It's all about trying to get those ults online first, and how they're going to respond to this Flux. Ready to go for Astro, and I mean, he doesn't even need the ult to find value.
Look at this wraparound. Astro's going on an entire different side quest back here. We'll actually get the brunt of the accretion, and actually this might have been just a bit of an overextension in an awkward direction. As now the override protocol from Noxious has to get utilized, just try to win out this team fight that was poised up, and finally Team 1 at least able to edge Team 2 off. So the cap comes through, but Team 2 are ready to re-engage immediately, understanding the Sigma isn't there. Yeah, it's Team 1, they gotta pay that respect, so cap immediately flying back over. Trying to get a little bit of a punish onto things. Yeah, Maple falling really low. It's going to be the rally now that gets utilized by both of these Brigittes. It's going to be a huge flux, actually. Grecian coming through, not able to find its targets. And now Solsei tries to make the blade play happen, but Team 2 shut that one down handedly. And the ultimates come up good for Team 2 as they're able to secure the kills that they need, and they will cap that 4th flashpoint, making us tied up at 2-2.
All right, we were going to go over to City Center anyways, but it's a little bit extra pressure here now that we're all tied up. And it is going to be Team 2, actually setting up first here. They don't have a lot to work with, though. It was a big commit in for them to pick up that carbon point. So Graveyard having this orbital ray, that's going to be kind of the inroads here for Team 1. Not playing with that Kiriko, so that is going to be kind of the Kitsune rush that you have to work with here. And Razor going to be a little bit played online soon, but probably not in time. Ooh.
Astro still landing these accretions, but in the backline, Magic Maple got God, and Orbital Ray has to come out in defense to make sure that Graveyard can continue to stay alive in the midst of all of this. Yeah, finally, they're able to pressure down Azure, cutting him off from the rest of the team. Noxious, ultimate ready to go. Point will get capped first by Team 2, but it doesn't matter. Team 1 are hot on their heels. As it's a fun little deflect there, but still not going to be enough. As Team 1 should be able to clean things up. The stagger will be ever so important to gain their lead.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, John No gonna have that later spawn here. Don't think that he got the wave. Oh, did get the wave spawn with Razor, so at least they'll be back in as far fairly quickly here. Razor is gonna have that blade ready to go. I anticipate we're gonna see the blade come in conjunction with that Hyper Sphere, but it's actually gonna be Noxious going first.
Oh my goodness me, look at the pressure that gets applied, and all of Team 1 are hunting them down inside those short corridors. And yeah, there's no exit. You gotta take that fight inside, otherwise you're gonna get blown up by Noxious's ults. And that will be enough here. Team 1 they close it out just off of a single ultimate before Team 2 got themselves ready to go.
Yeah, it's a really good angle there from Noxious, and even better follow through from the rest of Team 1. It's not always the final blows that are going the way of the M-Ray in that. It's about, yeah, kind of zoning people out, and you need the rest of your team to be able to follow up on that. So good stuff from Team 1, recognizing where Team 2 kited to, but going to be having 4 ults ready to go here for Team 2. They just have to survive this Flux.
Well, the Flux comes in, doesn't find anything, and actually the accretion will be fine for Azure to make sure that nothing can happen. Yeah, the accretion coming through, but not able to cancel that ultimate here. Good ultimate usage space as Magic 8 Ball goes for it, but now the blade from Razor gets drawn, and actually the default comes through, just backing off. Doesn't matter, the team point will flip around. Amadou as well in the override protocol, still zoning things out. It feels like zoning is the only thing on the board for all of these ultimates. Team 1, once again, still paying mad respects to Team 2 and making sure not to overextend themselves. But now the team fight will go through. It is going to be the rally that gets popped by Jono as the orbital ray comes down from above for Team 1. In the middle of it, Solse getting their life taken off as the pressure canal for Team 1 mounts. They're able to find their opposition on the point, but Team 2, Gorilla, gonna use the orbital ray as well. And now they're on the back foot. Team 1 to get run over by this pressure from Team 2. As they continue to hold on to this point, getting closer and closer to this cap. And with these cleanups, I don't know if Team 1 are going to have a chance to get that touch.
No, these late kills are massive here for Team 2. Yeah, Solse ends up falling. It is going to be Graveyard swapping over onto the Jetpack Cat. Not fast enough, though. Team 2 picking up Atlas here. And yeah, down to the wire, honestly.
This felt like one of those maps, right, where it's just like, finally, the players might be able to select their own heroes, go for their different compositions that they really favored. And yet, like, it felt destined to be that they were going to be in that mirror matchup between both of these squads. And while we've been doing such a big job of talking up Astro, specifically on that Sigma, I think just the overall team play coming in from Azure's team just felt a little bit more cohesive and stronger.
Yeah, I like a lot of the engagements from Gorilla with that kind of speed ring. Razor really doing a good job following up on that, and then John Doe kind of providing those packs onto the Genji. Really did feel like Razor was getting a lot of resources, whether playing the Pharah or playing the Genji here. I think the positioning that came through for Team 1 on a lot of these fights really just kind of shut down any engagement that was going to be coming through for Team 2. So I like the adjustment as well. Yeah, we saw a little bit of the kind of counter swapping, Razor on the Pharah for a little bit, over onto the Genji. My speculation is that the players did get to ban heroes here, and I think that we had a Tracer and a Kiriko ban. It's not often that you see the Juno break backline come out unless a Kiriko's taking out things.
Yeah, and especially like, Solse and Razor, these guys want to play on Tracer. I mean, they're so good at that Tracer. Like, it just makes sense to me that would have been one of the heroes that did get banned in the midst of all of this. But like you said, like, it's just been such a crazy battle between these two squads, and the Sigmas having such a big impact, as your tanks kind of do, but so many clutch moments and usage of ultimates to kind of counter each other out. Like, this was as close as it can be.
Yeah, it really was, and I think it was not quite 99-99 on point number 5, but dang, it really could have been here. So it really came down to these late kills that came through for Team 2. Really did make kind of all the difference for them. There probably could have been one more kind of contest on the fight if they had have let those stragglers for Team 1 get out, but that is just all part of the game. It really is about kind of just watching the clock and recognizing when you could get an advantage in whatever way you can.
Yeah, and like, once again, like, watching some of these players, especially the teams, kind of moving around with how they can kind of get themselves set up and stuff like that. But I gotta say, like, I do think that Razor is buying a lot of value for whichever team they get kind of put on. Obviously, we're seeing it happen with the Tracer. The synergies with the Diva were really good. But even onto the Genji, just taking those opportunities with those blades to, hop over a lot of things and just be really smart. Whether or not it ended up just kind of zoning people out, you could see that there was fear on the opponent's eyes whenever Razor had that ultimate ready to go.
Yeah, that's true. And you know what? I feel like we haven't seen fear for Genji in a really long time in Overwatch. Genji has fallen out of favor pretty hard, but if you put him in the right hands and if you have the right bands to work with here, it really does come down to kind of the timing of the Genji, because you're just trying to play to get those dash resets, and that is going to come down to are you working as a team well? If we see the gravitic flux come up, we're seeing Razor dash in to confirm a kill on that, and then you get the dash reset, and it's just about chaining everything together. So yeah, definitely a good understanding of the hero, even if he doesn't really get to play the Genji a whole lot anymore.
Yeah, on top of that, like, you see the homing missiles from the Juno, like, you see the Genji kind of like fly in, do enough damage, and then there's like, oh, now I'm gonna look for another target, because then the Juno follow-up is just so good that you know, you're gonna get that dash reset anyways and lock onto your next target. So these two teams, though, like, they are ready to fight. It seems like at any given moment, whenever they can kind of find that isolation or just backpedal just enough, they're ready to re-engage with all of their might, dragging out so many of these team fights to be so damn long.
Yeah, I really think it definitely speaks to the talent of the players that we have in this lobby right now. You know, multiple pros coming from Extinction and from Disguise, and then of course the top collegiate coming from St. Clair's and Ex Oblivione and Masters, so and Meow Lacad also in Masters. Like, I'm looking at these players, and it's just, you can see in their gameplay they have such a high level of understanding of the macro in Overwatch, and that's really what it comes down to. Is like, you're seeing these little micro plays come through. There's, you know, a little bit of an aggression that comes out from one team, it's immediately going to be a kite from the other. They get their cooldowns online and they're pushing right back in. And the scrappiness of these fights, although it looks like so much chaos, there's actually so much coordination happening between the individual players.
I mean, there's a lot of that, like, if condition A gets met, then condition B must happen, right? Like, you can tell each of these teams are like looking for those opportunities, which is why I think it was Noxious who had the override protocol, but we saw it so early on in the team fight, and that being the reason why they won things out. Like, it's those plays that make a lot of difference, because I think a lot of the basic stuff where it's like, oh yeah, you know, I'm going to wait for the other teammate to use the orbital ray when we kind of need it, and then we'll counter with ours. There's a lot of that calculation going on, but the on-the-fly decision-making can make all the difference as we are moving now onto our push map.
All right, push map, we're going over on to Esperanza, fan favorite here, I think, and we're going to get to see Astro play the Wrecking Ball, so this is going to be really fun here. An interesting amount of variety in the backlines as well, as Magic 8 Ball's finally going to get to play some Yari. I know that is a preferred hero.
Oh, 100% is. I mean, Magic 8 Ball, you always assume like Lucio from back in the day, but yeah, this Ilaria has just become so prominent. So seems like another map where players are able to select their own heroes. Is 8 Ball able to find Razor right off the bat, which is kind of uncalled for, but that will be enough pressure. Azure actually getting really low to get in the max. And yeah, that's Noxious now finding Gorilla, so Team 1 should be able to close this one out.
All right, yeah, get a little bit of stagger here ever so slightly, and I think that the Astro on this Wrecking Ball is going to cause a lot of problems for Team 2, because Azure has the capability on this D.Va to go for the peel, but you can't put frontline pressure and constantly trying to be peel for her backline. So we'll actually see Amadou make the swap over onto the Cassidy here, so that's not only going to be able to keep Astro in check, it's also going to support Razor in taking those duels against Solsei.
Yep, and especially too, you find that nade just at the perfect timing. Could be more than enough to try and disable some of the more aggressive opponents here, as Azure actually going in so deep into the backline, trying to find those opportunities, but will instead just opt for knocking people around. Hey, Wrecking Ball seems like he can never die whenever he's in the mix of things, and it seems like that's going to continue to be the case for Astro, as that was the chase down on a 8 Ball. No one in sight, and yeah, that's going to be more than enough. Team 2, their target priority is still extremely good. When they know they want to take that fight onto an individual player, boy, do they fly at them.
Yeah, that's a really good point, and that is kind of really shown in spades here when you're playing against a Wrecking Ball, because Astro is not concerned at all about going for a peel. Astro is going to be pressing W key on your backline pretty much the entire time, so once you see that ball go in, that's going to be the opportunity to kind of go for a counter dive here, and Amadou taking the Cassidy into the mix here gives you that kind of burst damage that you really need to find the follow-up on Azure with this D.Va. So lots of ults coming online here, though, and it's not going to be the point capped here without a fight.
Yeah, it's going to be the mines getting utilized as well as the Deadeye. Amadou able to find 8 Ball in the midst of all of that, but Deadeye doesn't do anything except for keep everyone at bay. Zers are continuing to just kind of sprinkle damage onto Astro, who will be more than fine. Mine's not really getting as much as they want. Razor actually gets kind of cut down pretty low. Graveyard. Actually a couple of shots here, but now with Azure finding that forward pressure, you definitely tell this is definitely a team that is going to prefer this dive.
Yep, I definitely think so as well. Now, Graveyard is kind of zoned out of the fight right now, courtesy of Azure, and of course it's going to take a long time for that Ana to be able to rotate back into the fight. So, bot stalled momentarily here, but Team 2 taking down both those DPS, so the opportunity to maybe get control of this bot once again.
Now the Sunstrike onto Amadou from Mateball. Probably just applying a little bit more DPS damage, and especially with how Graveyard's been playing as well. The support line is going to be pretty deadly. Razor just trying to contest it a little bit. Make sure that the bot can't get run away with. As still, this team fight is so far back. Azure goes for the self-destruct just to get that reback. Will be re-engaging into the backline. Throughout this entire fight, Team 2 has not let up at all. Noxious going for the override protocol is going to be zooming around mid-air. Has so much support with just the nano boost as well as the defense matrix. Will be standing tall, but a good wraparound from Team 2 to make sure it doesn't get fully valued for it. But Solsei will do enough to kind of clean things up here. So a little bit awkward. It was an interesting play, but at the end of the day, it will be Team 1 actually being able to continue to move that card.
Yeah, I like the nano perk picked up by Graveyard so that your nano target will get a little bit of speed here. Oh, and a fantastic sleep dart onto Amadou as well. We'll clean that up. Razor is lurking though. I think Razor is hoping to try and get a spawn camp here, but while that's happening, his team is just being kind of forced out. More progress on this bot for Team 1. Okay, well, hey, Razor gets his spawn camp, so he's gonna have to make a new line back to the team now.
You know that one's got to be a little bit funny just because both of them are St. Clair players, right? Felt a little bit personal, but it's all good. Line mine's going to get dropped down here for Astro to try and buy a little bit of space. But Team 2 still going to be doing their due diligence to make sure that they don't get to that checkpoint activation point. So Solsei does have this one as Mateball goes down in the midst of all of this brawl. Solsei looking around, still looking for that opportunity to kind of toss things down. But I'm getting called here, but Astro still just kind of has to pay respect to the level of play because Amadou right now has just been doing such a good job with those flash nades at slowing down that aggression.
Yeah, that's so true, and that really does kind of shut the Wrecking Ball down fairly quickly here. He's a pretty big target. If you can stop him from rolling around for a second, it's pretty easy to burst down a good amount of that damage. Team 1 are getting stabilized here. Graveyard and 8-Ball did fall late there, so you have to wait for your backline to get set up before you can go for a hard engage.
A lot of pressure still on it. The slam coming through, but not able to find its way onto Azure. Actually, an anti-nade, actually, but Razor gets the stick onto Solsei. It's kind of crazy seeing that stick happen, especially against another Tracer, as Azure still trying to continue to add this pressure, but we'll just have to regroup with the rest of the team. Orbital Ray getting invested in the midst of all of this, so Solsei very patiently coming back into this fight. Azure wants to make sure that it continues to happen. The Nano Boost down going to get tossed onto Mateball. Mateball goes in deep, self-destruct going to get activated, but Azure will not be able to get back into the mech. A lot of pressure from Astro here, as yeah, that's going to be Razor down. Team 1, unrelenting yet again. Make sure to close out some of these kills that are giving them the chase here, as Astro gets the mines yet again after a team fight.
Yeah, there's just been so much damage being done by this Wrecking Ball. Feels like the mines are up every fight. So Team 1 have a lot to work with here, both those DPS ults and those mines, like you mentioned. John now holding on to the rally here. You can at least try and slow down Astro here, or maybe try and protect yourself from Solsei, but not going to do a whole lot against this override protocol that Noxious is working with.
Oh, mine's getting deployed. And yeah, like you said, Red Protocol still available. Noxious just looking for an opportunity to kind of pop that one as Astro buys a little bit of time for breathing room. Has to push the Diva into those mines. Not going to be able to get that full D-Mech as Noxious goes up into the air and is going to land a shot onto Amadou. And yeah, hey, don't need the ultimate to find the kill onto Gorilla. Nade will do just fine, so Team 2 forced to get that reset. As the checkpoint gets reached, Team 1 getting closer and closer to tying us up.
Yeah, now Team 1 also have those forward spawns, and a late kill onto Razor here is massive for them. The Tracer will get back in the fight quickly, but this is just going to slow things down for Team 2, and they have this Deadeye to work with, so they want to try and zone this point off before that lead is gained, but with Astro hanging out in the skybox here, it's not going to be easy.
No, it really isn't, but hey, they're pushing them off. Finally, the contestation will happen. Let's get so close to tying things up just for a second there. Solsei able to find that first pick on a Gorilla. It is going to be the rally from Jono to try and make this one work. An excellent sleep dart. The defense matrix not available in time. And now Astro completely just zoning him out, keeping them for a walk as Maple activates the rally as well. Not quite done with this team fight just quite yet, but Maple falling down in the midst of all of that. A lot of pressure from Amadou. Make sure that that is going to happen. And Team 2 not out of it. Re-engaged into this fight here. A lot of pressure right now on a Solsei, who tries to escape and barely able to do so with the rest of the team, but Graveyard gets cut down in the back line. Jono just swinging the mace, and that might be just enough. Not enough heals available for Team 1, and so they must back off and reset.
Well, Team 2 coming with the contest just in time there. The lead nearly gained by Team 1, but yeah, just in the nick of time. It'll be a stabilization here. They don't have a whole lot to work with and moving into this next fight, but they do take away the forward spawns for Team 1. Lots of mines available for the point now, and you're probably going to be able to just steal this spot back.
Yeah, exactly that. Oh man, Razor got really low as well, but Gorilla was right there. Gorilla very low HP, barely able to escape out of the sight lines of Astro, who really wanted to spear that kill. Astro actually getting the nano now, so will take this re-engagement and continue to walk that bot forwards all the while. Azure is just trying to pressure out that backline, but a little bit too fortified to try and make this one happen. As, yeah, it will be just that zoning, but nothing more. As the bot is getting taken forwards by Team 1. Solsei gets kind of taken out. The self-destruct gets utilized here. No crunch going to be happening onto anybody in the back line as Astro still continuing to fight for their life. Noxious still finding Gorilla, but it's messy all over the place as this push bot now moving in favor of Team 2.
There's so many kind of 1v1 fights happening around the map right now. This is just what happens on Esperanza. There's so many lanes to be controlled, and against the Wrecking Ball composition, I mean, the Wrecking Ball is thriving under this chaos. You want to have these 1v1 fights happening so that you can just roll around and kind of pop out of nowhere and make it a 2v1 all of a sudden. So it is going to be 20 seconds on the board here. Team 1 need to get in control of this bot and start pushing it back to try and get the lead. 4 ults ready to go here for the side of Team 2, but Team 1 are catching up, should be able to have theirs as well. So as we move into overtime, it is going to be an explosive fight happening on the bot.
They fall onto the Sprig, for me, could be the win condition. If Team 2 are able to find that kill nice and easy, or just nullify the rally completely, it could be good. Dive going to be happening now, and yeah, Deadeye gets activated here. Okay, Astro able to escape in the midst of all of this, still holding on to the line, so waiting for an opportune time, but in the midst of that roll, Gorilla finding that kill, and that might have just been the win condition for Team 2 here. Team 1 desperately trying to straddle their way back onto the overtime in order to make sure that this point can continue to happen. The rally for Maple, trying to zone people out in the assistance of Solsei, who's holding onto this pulse bomb, tosses it out, not able to land the stick, which would have been an instrumental kill. And yeah, in the midst of all of that, Team 2, they walk away with the victory, as it was as chaotic as ever on that push map.
Another nail biter map down to the wire here. These teams are very, very well balanced right now. I think that as we head into our 6th map, probably not going to be any swaps to the roster here. I think that, you know, map point number 5 on push on a flashpoint, and then, you know, down to the wire on a push map as well. I suspect that as we head into the final control map, it will be, yeah, same things here for both these teams. But I really do like the Wrecking Ball composition. I know that it didn't end up resulting in a win here for the side of Team 1, but I think that they did a great job kind of following up on a lot of this damage that was coming through from Astro. It just the backline for the side of Team 2 able to kind of just stabilize through that the chaos a little bit better. The great graveyard on the Ana not really going to have a whole lot of mobility here, so getting targeted out early in a lot of the fights.
Yeah, and I think that this harkens back to like the first map that we got to see. Azure and Razor started on the same team, and then Razor kind of flipped over in order to kind of stabilize it a little bit more, and then now Azure swaps tank roles with Astro onto the opposite side. But you can see that Diva Dive alongside the Tracer felt really strong and really powerful. Like a lot of these team fights, we were talking about how it felt like they were being dragged out for so long. And really when it came to I believe Team 1 with that Azure Razor combo, they're able to sustain themselves for so much longer than you would really expect, buying plenty of time for the rest of the team to be able to walk their way in and re-enter into that fight.
And I think that definitely comes down to some of the backline being the Juno Brig versus that Brig Ana on the other side of things. The Juno does give you kind of that consistent long range heal, and you also have the speed ring that's going to allow you to kind of kite out of some of those engagements. The Ana's going to be able to heal you from far away, but not really going to be able to help you in terms of movement. Say for we did see the speed nano perk go over onto Noxious a couple of times, so you get to, you know, kind of Superman through the air. But otherwise, I think, yeah, a lot more kind of consistency coming out from the D.Va composition compared to where the Wrecking Ball comp, you're going to have some really hard hits, but it's going to be hard to kind of maintain that momentum as the fight drags out.
Yeah, and you raised an excellent point there, right? Like, as soon as the Wrecking Ball kind of flies forward, it's pretty clear that they're going to try and take a fight, which leaves their backline very exposed. And you could see that Team One were just doing such a good job of reading those opportunities. And then you see the push in from Razor happen where it's like, okay, now's our time. Now we got to take that fight. And immediately they just kind of dived onto it. I think if the Wrecking Ball, you know, it stays alive forever and was allowed to stall for so much time consistently, but still it didn't feel like the picks were always coming through in the direction that they would want them. They're able to put a lot of damage on them, send them scattering, but it never really resulted in winning team fights.
No, you got to find the opening pick if you're playing the Wrecking Ball comp. You know, you can try and go for some trades, but it really is that first kill that's going to make all the difference, and that'll allow you to get set up for another hit to come in. And it's just about kind of chaining those things out. So we'll see if we get to witness a little bit more dive, as I am expecting we're going to end up on control for map number 6. It's not set in stone. We've played all of the map types by now, so we could go over onto anything. But all right, we're hearing Lijiang Tower. I mean, it wouldn't be a trial block if we didn't end up here at some point. So I suppose we didn't start on it. We might as well finish on it.
I'm gonna guess that this is one of those things where this is the goofy one. You know, it's like, all right, play whatever you want, just get in there and have fun, and let's see what you can kind of pull off. But you know, like I'm super curious to see how these teams will kind of get put together now, because as we've been talking about, we've seen a lot of these players kind of swap sides around, and given the fact that they're in this block, I don't believe many of them are into the next one. So this is pretty much the last time that we're going to be seeing quite a few of them. I think the only exception to that is going to be Graveyard and Gorilla. Oh, sorry, and Amadou and Solsay. They will also be in the second block. But for a lot of these other players like Astro, Azure, Noxious, Razor, this is going to be the last time that we see them in the trials.
Yeah, and I mean, there's been 43 players trialing for Team Canada, so we've gotten to see all of them, I think, at least twice in a block. Some of them have had maybe 3 blocks, but we're only going to be able to sign 7 players out of all of this. So we've had so much talent here, and so many of these players, I'm thinking, could very well be suited to kind of represent Canada on the Overwatch World Cup stage. So honestly, it's going to be so hard to only pick 7, especially where, you know, you're probably only going to be picking 2 DPS. You don't have to, but most teams are only picking 2 DPS. So, and I feel like we've seen just so many good DPS players. I don't know how we make these choices, but thankfully that is on Danny and Cheaty. We're going over to Lijiang Tower. It's Garden, and we're gonna have actually Farah on both sides, and then that Ramatra versus Orisa matchup.
Okay, so maybe this is a little bit more brawly than we were expecting here. As Astro going to be isolating out Azure. We'll be able to find that kill, starting things off for Team 1 on the right side. So Team 2 are actually going to get kind of sent back to spawn. Razor trying to make that opportunity happen. Almost falls into the pit, but thankfully we'll have that burst to just kind of get out of harm's way. Team 1 will get that first cap.
Right, this is big to be in control of the point first for Ramatra, and having the Farah. I mean, I said it before when we saw the Farah, but it's much better to be on the defense with the Farah than it is to be trying to push in with a Farah. So we will see some space being gained here by Team 2. They've at least made it across that bridge, and they're going to get themselves set up in the dojo. But at some point, you're going to have to push towards that point.
And you can see Astro just struggling, looking for a target, trying to hone down on, but Team 2 doing an excellent job kind of isolating Astro out. And yeah, that's going to be goodbye there. Razor's able to find that kill, and Razor's double dipping for a little bit more. Azure, meanwhile, just kind of throwing those javelins in, finding those opportune times, but Team 2 will win it out as soon as they deal with Graveyard, who somehow found the kill onto Azure. We're not going to talk about that one, but at least Team 2 converted.
Yeah, sure. I'll get back into the point fairly quickly here. At least you have the javelin spin to move your feet along. But Astro has swapped over onto the Orisa, and Team 1 recognizes her is still rotating back to this point. They are taking all the space they can right now.
Oh boy. Orisa v. Orisa. Love to see this one happen, but it will be the Kitsune Rush coming out from both these sides, so everything's going to be double time. But you sucked into the vortex and slammed down. Noxious is going to get taken off, and that will call in a reset. Azure, Javelin and Graveyard into the wall, just for a little bit of style points at the end there. As Team 2, they hold on to their firm grasp of the point.
All right, good stuff. Nice Terra Surge there. Now you still have this barrage for Razor to work with. It's hard to get value from the barrage. You really do need to be confirming a trade onto like a worthwhile target here. This is not trying to solo barrage, you know, the Kiriko that's going to get back into the fight quickly. Mayfall does have the beat coming online, so maybe you want to go for a solo barrage onto that. But regardless, as the Pharah, you have to anticipate that you are probably going to die through that ult.
Spacing being bought right now by both these teams. Battle on all fronts. Graveyard, though, able to find Razor. Now, it's going to be the beat coming through as Amadou activates the ultimate as well. The overclock trying to isolate its target, but Team 1, a battle on two fronts, are winning it all and will walk away with the point conversion around on the side.
Oh, great environmental kill there for Mayfall. Sends John No off the edge, and once the Lucio's out of the mix, all of that speed to try and kite you around the point gone, and it just slows down your comp a considerable amount. Astro has this Terra Surge. You have options here for a combo, but with the amount of consistent damage that comes in from the Emre and the Pharah, you might not even need to commit an ultimate in with this Terra Surge. It's just about gathering everyone together and getting some good old-fashioned primary fires in.
Oh boy. And well, Graveyard. Cool. That's fine. Kiriko is able to find two. Nox is able to find that third. And yeah, this is just isolate and eliminate. Team 1 off of Graveyard, finding those 2 kills. Walk away with another team fight. And yeah, they just walk forwards now because they want to hold this one nice, close, and personal.
Yeah, Graveyard made it so that you don't even have to commit any ults into that fight for Team 1. They walk forward trying to maybe find another late pick there, but recognizing that Razor on this Pharah is going to be able to get back to this point, going to be able to trigger the overtime here, but Team 2 is walking into a slate of ultimates here, and the Terra Surge alone could be enough to shut down this recontest.
Here we go. Time now going to be activated. Oh my goodness me. Azure down so low. Override protocol into this back line. Azure has to go golden just to stay alive in the midst of all of that. We're really going to be using the Kitsune Rush, as it is the Terra Surge from Azure that is able to find Soulsay. Astro pulling him out, looking for those opportunities, finds 2. That's a little bit more value, as it is going to be a team fight continuing to happen. The Battle of the Orissas reigning supreme. But it looks like Astro will be able to stand their ground onto this point. Zoned out just for a second, but continuing to re-engage. Soulsay does have the barrage, looking for that opportunity to come in here. Will activate it, just chip down that Orisa a little bit more.
Oh.
It will be enough. Zoned out and point secured for team number 1.
Yeah, really good stuff. I like to see, yeah, a Pharah and an Orisa on the field here. We don't get to see that a whole lot. Garden is probably the best place to do it here, but yeah, really good job on the recontest there coming through for Team 1. I like the rotation through the white room to avoid a lot of that spam damage that comes in from the defensive Pharah. Does also avoid some of that spam damage from the Emre as well.
Yes.
So yeah, honestly, just a good recognition of like, where is team number 2 going to have the best advantage and how can we avoid that?
Yeah, and once again, like it's so fun actually watching so many mirror matchups be locked in on both these teams. Obviously, the DPS kind of being the difference here, but will be Pharah's reigning supreme up top alongside their Orissas. It is going to be that little bit of a long-range battle, continuing to get picked here. As Team 2 go for the rotation onto the point, while Team 1 went for the long road.
Oh, okay. Noctis is out of the fight here. That's a great railgun from Amadou to take down the Emre here. And you got to be really cognizant of some of these environmental kills, not only from the Lucio, but from the Pharah and the Sarisa.
Mid-air ace combat happening as Soulsay just rockets Razor, almost blows himself up in the midst of all of that too. Keep that in mind, but now there should be just so much more consistent damage being generated on the side of Team 1. The Astro just going to be chilling out for a second here. Soulsay still farming up damage, trying to get that ultimate closer to being online.
Right, in control here is Team 1, and it's going to be a pretty hard choke point for Team 2 to try and walk through. Razor is going to make the swap over onto the Tracer here, so if you can bait Team 1 off the point a little bit, Razor will be able to get an angle, put some pressure on the point, and then try to pull Team 1 back. But it does mean that you're not going to have that kind of Pharah damage to work with.
Oh wow, Noxious. Been really close, but it's just such a good position. Noxious just been fantastic at finding those off angles and applying so much pressure, and then being able to crack things open. And yeah, Team 1 will hold on to that first point. Team 2 have to get set back scrambling Razor will be alone in trying to secure that point, but yeah, just gonna be the full regroup before they regroup, and actually Amadou already down before they can even start.
Yeah, so there's a regroup on the regroup now for Team 2, and unfortunately, right, like, they're trying to take some space here, but you're not going to be able to break through some of this poke damage that's coming online here for Team 1. Barrage ready to go for Solsei and the Terra Surge, so Team 2 probably going to have to commit an ult just to try to find their way onto this point.
Tsune rushes, being traded on both these signs. Finally, the Terror Surge comes through. The Suzu will try to guarantee safe passage, but it's still quite a bit of damage being done. Meanwhile, Noxious on the background is still just raining in damage from the side. And yeah, that's an excellent javelin here. Astro trying to win things out. I'm sure the point does convert, but it feels like Team 1 have already won this fight and ready to turn it around. Look at that. Far Barrage gets utilized as well. Not able to secure a kill, but does just enough damage. And still, Razor's able to capitalize on some of these kills. This guy's so deadly on this Tracer and will lead the charge back in for Team 2 in what seemed like such a win for Team 1.
Yeah, and this is big flip here. Team 2 in control. I think that the swap over onto the Tracer for Solsei kind of had to come through at some point. Once Razor makes that swap, you need to be able to kind of match on these angles here. So big stuff for Team 2 to have the beat coming online for John. Now that will have to be matched here by Magic Mayfall, but I think that not just having the override protocol is going to be kind of the fight changer here for the side of Team 1.
Oh, and look at that. They identify it and immediately make sure Noxious can't do a darn thing. And Astro falling down as well. Team 2 not letting up on anything. And really, I gotta say, I think this is just Razor's Tracer swap, which gained so much value and so much space for Team 2.
Yep, totally agree with you. That's one of the ways to break through a choke point, is to have a Tracer put pressure onto the point, or at least onto an angle to pull that other team back. So really good job from Team 2 to recognize the adjustment that needed to be made, and fantastic job in the ult economy here as well. They haven't committed anything in yet, and they are building up to 5 ults to work with.
There's back on line for Astro, who has to go in, but yeah, Noxious going up in the air right now. For an opportunity, the beat gets utilized here. He's going to be swapped onto both sides. Amadou finding and getting a little bit more value than Noxious was able to do. And yeah, it's just going to be the collapse upon the point. Noxious trying to trade things one back, but it is the Terror Surge that groups everybody up in for the kills. Astro, though, falling extremely low. Team 2, in the midst of all of these trades, still seem like they should be able to win things out, but Team 1 go for the wraparound on a different angle, and Amadou left alone in this fight here. It will be the cap coming through, but overtime does get kind of activated onto the Doomfist now. Azure tries to make that one work. The stick does not land, allowing Amadou to continue to just rain on this damage from these long angles. As yeah, it is Azure just kind of getting zoned out. Kitsune Rush going to be online. Graveyard using that one to buy the team just a little bit more pressure, but it is once again just Team 2 isolating and annihilating their opponents in the back line, finding those individual picks and then being able to convert things around. Astro, though, gets punished onto Azure as it still is going on the site here. 99-99. Team fight still undecidedly figured out here, and Astro able to find Gorilla, so this looks like Team 2 might finally collapse in the 11th hour. Team 1 are able to win that fight out. Just have to deal with the pesky little Tracer as the overtime wick burns down, and by the hair on their chin, they're able to win out that second point.
Yeah, unfortunately, the Doomfist swap, really just to try and come back and trigger the overtime, it's not set up to really extend a fight out. So if you don't find kind of the first pick with that like charged up punch into a wall, you're gonna get taken down, especially where you were up against an Orisa here, the Javelin ready to shut down a charge punch at a notice. So good stuff here, but yeah, that will be Team 1 that picks up the night market. A lot more back and forth though, and yeah, I'd like to see the swaps that came through, and I think great job from both of the teams to recognize some of the rotations that were available to them. Night Market doesn't allow for a whole lot of movement, unlike Garden, where there's not as much open space to work with here, so you really only kind of have the option of kind of going down main to the point or making the rotation around coast, and I think that both teams did a pretty good job of kind of cycling between those rotations to try and catch out the other team by surprise.
Yeah, it was extremely back and forth, but I have to reemphasize, just Razor swapping onto the Tracer really opened up so many of these avenues. And now it will be this third and final point. We're going to be seeing all three, given the fact that this is the Trials. And yeah, what can I say? Exact same compositions we just saw.
Yeah, it makes sense, especially, yeah, Control Center, usually more favored towards these Brawl compositions, so gotta be keeping an eye out on who's winning out in that Tracer duel, but I'm sure we'll get a little revenge there for Razor.
Yep, and looks like Team 1 will be able to take that space a little bit more effectively. And an excellent little javelin. A little bit more pressure onto Azure, but first point cap going handedly to Team 1.
Yeah, they push up forward. Astro's done so much damage on this Orisa already, and now, again, it's going to be a hard choke point to try and push through, so it's going to be onto Razor on Team 2 to try and put some pressure onto this backline, but you're, of course, going to be marked by Soulsay here, so you're not going to be able to just set your feet on the point for free.
Looking for an opportunity to make this one happen. Soulsay still doing so much damage in that back line. Finally, all the ducks are in a row. The pushing going to happen off of Razor's back, who falls extremely low, but will be able to escape alive. This Chaos Mateball able to find Gorilla. That's going to be a lot of the heals. No longer available for Team 2, but Mateball going down in the midst of that push through. Astro still kind of leading the charge here. Now has a Terra Surge available, as it is just going to be plunking damage into the back line, but Team 1 will hold strong yet again to get up to 50%.
Noxious aware that Razor is around. You don't want to put too much attention over on to that Tracer. You do still want to be focused kind of on the front line. Astro's currently hiding, waiting for Team 2 to commit in so that he can come in with this Terra Surge.
Oh boy, yep, that's the time to strike. Don't even need a Terra Surge. Goodbye, Gorilla. And yeah, that's a very important first pick here. Terra Surge is going to get utilized, but will be traded back. Oh boy. This is going to be a pretty good stick, but Jono trying to salvage that round by making sure that the beat gets utilized here, and it kind of works out in their favor. Team 2 going hunted now, Amadou, in this override protocol. Yeah, that's going to be enough, and that's going to be Team 2 clutching it up in the face of defeats against Team 1.
Yeah, honestly, good stuff. And almost looked like he was lagging out there. It seems okay. But it is going to be a nice little setup here now for Team 2. Razor has the pulse bomb to work with, but Team 1, they have 3 big ults, and they only need 1 fight win. This Kitsune Rush from Graveyard is going to open things up from them. Gorilla should be able to match, but you're not going to be able to match this beat that Magic Mateball has ready to go. Oh! Oh,
okay. That's okay. The ultimate still goes through. That's what the most important thing is, but it's going to be absolute anarchy on the point, with every ultimate getting tossed into it, but the one that's going to be important is Noxious over top with this override protocol, just plunking in so much damage. Team 2 didn't even have a second, trying to take the aggression forwards, but getting run over in the process.
Yeah, and now Razor probably going to have to be the one to try and put a touch on the point to trigger this overtime. Not going to have the tank to keep this fight alive, though, so the overtime is going to be pretty scrappy.
Yeah, it's not looking good for Team 2 trying to add that pressure. Amadou already getting so low, but this frontline presence from the Orisa is just so difficult to deal with. Soulsay going crazy in the back line, as that will be a win for Team 1. I believe 3-0 on control.
Yeah, really, really good stuff here on Lijiang Tower. I think that the comp of the mirror match coming through, it really kind of shows a little bit of kind of individual talent. Really puts pressure onto the micro of the players. So definitely Team 1 kind of rising to the occasion there. But an impressive showing all block long from all of the players here. Definitely fun to get to see all of the different compositions that came out. I think that especially it's especially onto those DPS players to really be able to show how flexible they can be, where you're most likely only going to be signing 2 DPS players. So awesome to get to see all of the plays that came through from them specifically.
Yeah, and once again, it's so tough because it comes down to just 7 slots on Team Canada, and so many of these players are demonstrating amazing abilities on like being so focused, despite the fact that we see a lot of change-ups between how these teams are getting put together, being forced into different compositions and all that, and yet so many of these players are just that talented, Rain.
Yeah, so fun to get to see, and we're not done yet. There is going to be another 8 to 10 block happening after this. We are a little bit over that 8 o'clock time, so it is going to start around 10 after. So I will be on the cam for that. I'll be joined by Ravishing Ravish. So hey, thanks so much for joining me here for this one, Marks. Honestly, it's so much fun to get to watch these.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see when this team actually gets put together, to see who actually was able to rise through, but I'm going to be watching just on the side. But we will be heading to that break before we enter into that final block and refresh the rosters with our final tryouts for Overwatch Team Canada's trials. So don't go anywhere. Quick break. Rain will be back. You definitely want to see it. We'll see you after just this.
Do you get it closer?
Hey, welcome back, everybody. Thank you so much if you stuck around, and welcome in if you're just tuning in for this 8 to 10. I am Rain, and I am joined here by Ravishing Ravish. Hello, welcome in. How you doing tonight?
I'm pretty good, man. I like that Owen just put my just my government name, not even like just Ravish. Thanks, man. It's not like I worked really hard on this whole moniker that I had for about the past 6 years or nothing. No, that's cool. Let's chill. This is good. No, this is good for me. Thanks, bro. Yeah, but you know what? Happy to be here, man. By the way, I'm joking. It's okay. I'm playing her.
I love it. Yeah, we're here for, this is the final trial block. This is it for Team Canada's Overwatch World Cup team. We have 10 players that are going to be coming into the lobby. A couple of them sticking around from that 6 to 8 block. So if you've been here since the beginning, there will be some familiar faces. But yeah, I'm super excited to get into this. Of course, yeah, after this, it will be 7 players selected from the 43 trials. And yeah, I can see them on the board here. We have been running tryouts for the last 6 days, 6 to 8 blocks, and then 8 to 10 blocks every day. So these players have been locked in and grinding.
Yeah, right. You've been here almost every single day, which I don't know how you managed to keep yourself sane and, you know, survive within the past couple of days, though. But I have to ask you, since you've been here, look, give me your favorite person outside of the server that you would invite out and hang out with. I'm not talking in game. I'm talking, yo, we gotta get sushi together. Who's it gonna be?
You want me to pick one of the players from Team Canada Trials to get sushi with?
Yes.
Shout out McMahon. I would love. I've been a McMahon fan since day one. I casted them in Canadian Collegiate League. So yeah, shout out McMahon. I'd get sushi with them.
All right. Okay. Cool. What's the first order looking like? Are we getting unagi? Are we getting steak sashimi? What's on the plate?
So I don't eat meat or fish. So I'm probably gonna be like an avocado roll. Maybe some inari. That would be nice.
We get miso soup though.
So miso soup. I could get miso soup.
All right, there you go. That's all I want to know. That's it. That's my Overwatch analysis. Thank you.
Yes. I love it so much.
But yeah, like over across the board, you're not wrong. I was watching just the previous block with you, Marcus. Right, I gotta say, I've been really impressed by actually all the DPSs, but some of the tank players, man, have had some incredible plays so far. Because I was watching the Risa last game too. You have these absolutely clutch ults, right? Especially to be able to land just land final points and final takes onto the map. So it's been a lot of fun to watch, and I'm excited to see what more we can see as we get into the final blocks.
Yeah, me too. So we are gonna have kind of fresh tanks on the board. So we'll have Icy and False coming in. So
Hell
False
yeah.
did play for Team Canada in 2023. So excited to see him come back into things. I think my understanding is that he took a step back from Overwatch for a little while. So kind of coming back into things, getting into the mix. And then Icy, a well-known kind of tank player in the scene. I believe that Icy played for Team Canada in the Copa America. So that wasn't connected to Blizzard, but still representing Canada in some way, shape, or form. All right, we're going to be starting out on Ilios first here, and it looks like we're going to get a Jetpack Cat mirror. This is so exciting. We have not gotten to see this cat, save for some last-minute contests.
Dude, I was about to say, I've watched so many of these blocks. I haven't seen the kitty once, man. This makes me so excited. He's hopping around here and doing his thing, but that's dope. But quick trade right off the bat, though. Dude, taken away as the point looks like lock in a couple of seconds with Diva. Look at match one another across the board, but should be just easy as he zone them off, though, with Team 2 and IC. We're going to get active and clear some of them out as the point starts to take a flip.
All right, yeah, Team 1 picking up the first percentage here momentarily. Gorilla has to sneak away here. The Jetpack Cat has a lot of movement, but that Emray will be able to put a lot of pressure on Amadou on that Cassidy. Not going to have a whole lot of movement to get away from this Diva dive in. So Team 2 are still kind of lurking around here. They don't want to give up too much space, especially now that they found that pick onto Amadou.
Pick those up so quickly. As we'll see, Team 1 gets so close, we'll flip the point, but I want to raise a point on the other end here of the raid is that we've seen this Diva could be the most consistent dominant force in almost every single one of these maps, to which I'm not actually surprised by, but I'm surprised that, no more teams don't opt for the mirror so often.
Yeah, that's true. The Diva definitely kind of found her way into this meta recently off of that, the Zarya Vendetta used to be very strong, but then once Vendetta kind of got nerfed into the ground, you make this rotation over onto Diva instead. Team 1, they got the Deadeye ready to go. You have to anticipate you're going to get pulled around by this cat.
Yeah, and is should be able to present to well. Managing to find 2 quick picks as well. So not too bad from Amadou as well. It's a name we've been seeing pop across the board quite often. As we'll see Team 1 continue to pop on the ticks and throw them off, maybe go for a couple of swaps as they have to reset and regroup to find a clear, clean push. They do a bomb as well, let themselves in alongside the trade shuttle as well. So gearing up for likely a full force brawl.
No, definitely not. I know. One. Oh, they managed to get the T-Mac onto Pulse, but yeah, the bomb will come through here. But taking down Gorilla, that catnap off the board, Team 2 really need to find a way to clean things up here and get this flip.
Yeah, they've been just short stints of contesting, but right now they're trying to get something done here. Another bomb again was it push them out right on the outside, and they're taking up to 99. So for Team 2, this would have to be a pretty decent effort, but I don't think it's necessarily going to happen. They'll try their best to at least delay where they can. The cat will likely fall within a matter of seconds. As Team 1 take the first point clean.
Honestly, I'm a little bit surprised that we didn't see more of a contest come through for Team 2, especially where they had Aimer over on that Emray. The Emray versus Cassidy matchup on paper should go the way of the Emray. You don't have the same fall-off damage that the Cassidy has. You're able to kind of get set up on the high grounds a lot easier because you do have some mobility in the form of that nade jump. But I think that the rest of the team for Team 1 just really working around Amadou on this Cassidy very well. We saw the Gorilla over on the Jetpack Cat, giving some mobility to a hero that otherwise really wouldn't have any.
Exactly that, right? You saw him actually use that too to be able to pop in, get inside the point, and get 2 quick picks as well, with the high noon. So, not too bad in terms of the effort. And overall, I was expecting a bit more back and forth. We saw just, so many close points between y'all, and now it's maybe one-sided, but it's okay. I won't necessarily hold my breath for much longer. I'll wait for the next map to see, what does go on. But for now, though, hey, Team 1, y'all look pretty gosh darn good, man. I don't know what's going on. Team 2, sorry.
I have to say, I do think that Coach Danny has maybe enforced this Jetpack Cat. Usually we're seeing the Lucio kind of Kiriko come out on map number 1. And like I mentioned, we have not seen Cat throughout these trials at all. So I feel like this is the coach trying to get a little bit of variety here in the back line, because of course this Overwatch World Cup is going to go on for quite some time. The meta will shift, so you need to make sure that whoever you sign to this team can be flexible in their hero pool.
Especially right, especially if you're playing your healers, right? Because if you know that they get shut down, one of them gets eventually nerfed as you have a small pause, I can definitely spell trouble though, right? As we're looking at how the meta is shifting between, what teams do want to bring in. I'm sure we'll get the result in just a second, but we're back again with Kiriko Jetpack Cat again. Hey, I don't mind this.
No, I don't either. It definitely does seem like the Kiriko is kind of the support of choice that gets paired with the Jetpack Cat, because you really need to have a lot of survivability on your own if you're playing with Jetpack Cat, because she's not really going to be peeling in any way, shape, or form for the support. So the Kiriko, you'll have the TP and the cleanse, and of course the wall climb to kind of just basically be your own guardian here. Notably also, Team 2 has moved Aimer over on to the Cassidy here. And also, just for everybody that's watching, Aimer is actually reception cells, so that is a different in-game name. But I'm probably going to continue to call him Aimer because I'm reading what I see on the screen.
Yeah, it's fine. Look, it's just the cash that you have to do, because you're not going to remember every single time. I forgive you, Rain. Don't worry. As well, look to all the other side. There was Alex getting bopped and Icy taking 2 more quick kills. Once again, Team 1 wants to get hard and fast on the point right early on, but Team 2 unfortunately just can't seem to find a good foothold. With 2 getting taken down, they're trying to rush on in, but they get taken out. Maybe they're taking exactly what they need. Nonetheless, it's just trades, but finally Team 1 should come out on top.
Yeah, there we go. Point capped up by Team 1. Team 2 is still around this point, despite losing Aimer. They're still looking to maybe try and find a trade here so that they can fight back. Because both the Cassidys actually are still walking back from spawn.
It's interesting, actually, the matchup on 4 right on the point right away, especially with Solsei and Icy being pushed away. So a quick flip, and one that, a nice change, especially with what we saw from Team 2 on the other side, or on the other map, I should say, especially with the obviously flips coming in, but I knew zone them all off. The 2 just on point. They can't flip it just yet, but Team 2 1 points careful.
Yeah, you gotta hide. That's the only option when you come across that higher mute. Oh, it's a great Kitsune rush on that high ground, as you should be able to clean things up and hold this point.
Yeah, exactly. A lot of it to force him back right away. The stun going and popped it for a couple of seconds. Did it lose the mech almost? But Icy surviving long enough. But Team 2 still holding this point strong and captive. We're going to Team 1 will have to make a much larger effort to actually push the building back. 2 being taken away. This knife from Icy with the support with the Cassidy. Also the other side. So allows them at least take it back here. But 11 to 48. They're not holding for too long, but at least for Team 2 has enough time to reset.
Really good job from Icy on this D.Va, kind of marking all of the DPS that's coming in and getting the follow-up kills following that damage from Amadou. So excellent stuff, Team 1 flipping this over, but Team 2 are going to be coming back into this next fight with 4 ults ready to go. Anticipate we're going to see that kind of highest noon, the Deadeye plus the Cat pulling this Cassidy around, and Team 1 will pretty much just get zoned by that, so it's going to be a lot of space here for free for Team 2 if they can pull that ult combo off.
Yeah, Aimer and Alex were actually quite close because they're fighting on the extremities of the point, but are they being able to survive? There's the pull that you were talking about. Whips this shot, but still manages to stick the landing. Avenue been taken out. It's an easy flip for Team 2 as they get the points taken again. It's 54-54, quite even with the back and forth here.
Yeah, once again, it is going to be Team 2 taking all of this space. The Cassidy doesn't just get the benefit of the mobility during that ult, but also getting just, the outright damage from the Jetpack Cat. So Team 2 in control. They've well taken the lead now, but Team 1 are going to be coming back into this.
Yeah, not a lot of tools for this to be able to offer besides Kitsune Rush to force them onto the sides right now. There's Deadeye that we were talking about previously. Manages to just find one. So not enough to necessarily warrant celebration, but just isolation. Jetpack can't do enough to heal for Amadou. Meaning, Team 1, hold up, point flip only for a couple of seconds. A small reprieve as they're fighting individual battles. Solsei gets caught. And again, back we go. Team 2 looking at captains up, couple percentage.
Yeah, we're getting very, very close to the end of Ruins here, and Team 2's done a great job to hold on to these ultimates. Kitsune Rush ready to go, though, for Cal. Could be the way for Team 1 to get into this, but he's gone.
It's basically that much tougher. That's one more pick. Gorilla take it away. Down both their heels at Team 1. I don't know how much longer they survive this both should be for a couple of seconds. That's it. Bomb to delay, but it can only do so much. Team 2, a strong comeback as you flip over. Once a piece as it ticks down in 5, 4, 3. There's no way, bro. How are you still staying alive? Thank you. There we go. We got it.
False cleaning things up, saving the casters. A long extended fight, thankfully. But I do think that, yeah, moving Aimer off of that Emray over onto the Cassidy was the play. And you will not hear me say that very often. Usually the Emray is going to have the upper hand, but I think where you're pairing with that Jetpack Cat, the Cassidy is going to allow for some more consistent damage to go out, specifically onto the opposing Jetpack Cat. And then it's, of course, just fun to have the Deadeye combo in your own back pocket.
Exactly that, and you saw just how much they were able to do, especially with both Jetpack Packs being able to pop out of the Cassidy, right? Just fly them over and just consistent hit scan, especially on your very open targets, will mean that you have to hide. You can't necessarily get on point, and especially with the map being so open, means that you gotta hide in corners and hope for the best. And we saw many different times where Cassidy was to go in, stun, get a quick pick, get out though, and just the volatility of that with no possibility for a trade is what I find makes his comp that much more interesting to watch.
Yeah, and the thing is like once that kind of Deadeye comes out and you're zoning everybody into a specific space, that's when your flex DPS on the Tracer is really going to be able to pop off. So Solsei is, of course, warmed up and ready to go, having already played that 6 to 8 block. So on the Tracer, looking very good. Alex does have a very strong Tracer as well. Doesn't have the benefit of having 2 hours of warm-up to go in, though. So as we head into Well, it's going to be the same compositions here as both teams fighting for control of this high ground.
I personally adore Well. That's one of my favorite actual maps to play in the game as a OG Hog player, so it makes me very happy to see just how people have innovated on the game out of the map. But sticking with the same sort of vibe in terms of compositions, as we'll just see both teams being pelted. With Team 2, first in.
Right, it is going to be a contest on the point though, so no percent gained for either team just yet, but a whole lot of damage onto False. Somehow, this Diva is still alive in the back. First blood goes to Team 1.
Yeah, Amadou also right near ult as well too, building up to the 85% right after the first couple fights though, so not too shabby for himself. Jetpack had to fall after a couple of seconds, but finally Team 1, a good start what they're looking for, but this has been the trend. So far, it's been early caps, but can they keep it? That's the question.
Yeah, they're going to have to control the space to try and make that easier. Icy going so incredibly deep, and
damn.
I mean, the Deadeye from Amadou is going to kind of back him up a little bit, trying to find something. Time will run out here, but this is a very aggressive push here for Team 1.
Yeah, they're just pushing them all the way back into spawn right now, and you're just going to want to do that, essentially. With them being pushed so far back, you can continue to build up, and now looking for a quick reset. As we'll see with Team 2, no swaps to come in, though. But ults aboard as they should have 2 to walk into the next fight, almost.
Yeah, that's true. Team 2 just needs to play a little bit slow here to build up to some of these ults. That Deadeye for Aimer is coming online right now, trying to get some of that damage in. It is going to be this Kitsune Rush coming online faster here for Cal. That is going to be a good way for Team 1 to try and hold on to this point, however.
Exactly, possible muscle available on both ends as well to see if we can possibly find it. There's a Deadeye. I find one. Jetpack Cat is down. A key target be taken away. Team 1 wants to play this one much more carefully. While muscle available, they consider rush as well to keep them alive for as long as they can. But every single member, Team 1, just decimated within seconds.
Really good patience there for Team 2. They find this kind of opening angle with the Cassidy and the Jetpack Cat. They build up to that Deadeye. They make it count. So they'll start building up some percentage here. They got a long way to go before they're going to be able to gain the lead, and Team 1 are coming back into this with some ults of their own to work with. They did use that Kitsune Rush, but otherwise they're going to have the other 4 ults on the board ready to go. Anticipate a Catnap and potentially this Deadeye from Amadou coming through shortly. It's going to be a good way to open things up for Team 1.
Like you mentioned, as there's a Deadeye that, just like you said, no one necessarily picks off of it, but if Arabs being taken away by the end, I mean that once again, Team 1 fighting on the front foot. There's 1 DPS gone, though they knock one in. This is a good start here for Team 1, but they have to find the flip if they can. The bomb takes them away. They just can't do it. It's a matter of seconds, inches even. Trap 1, they finally get the ball off the points. And it's another flip. That's what we're looking at.
Wow, great stuff from Aimer there to take out Gorilla. Got caught in that catnap, so it was definitely headed towards the end of the map there when it got tossed off the side. Emily's gonna hit back though, so it's even numbers here, and it looks like a Team 2 want to push their way in here, and they're going to have to because soon overtime is going to be triggered. Team 1 are getting very close to 100%.
Aimer also has the high noon to see if he can possibly look to pop in, maybe possibly get one. He's way up high. He doesn't even necessarily need Aimer to take it away. Aimer up out. There's a dead shot. Everybody hide. Peekaboo. Don't see nobody will mean that it'll allow them to delay for only a matter of seconds, though. Will not be picked off, though. It's going to be all about how they actually just fight between both of them. Well, let's hope they be taken away. This is exactly what you need as well if you are Team 2. So they stop at 99, flip the point back, and they also have 2 more ults to boot.
Fantastic cycling going on now for Team 2. Having the Catnap and the Pulse Bomb are good. It is going to be hard to find the value from the Pulse Bomb. Alex going to have to fight through a defense matrix and, of course, the Suzu from Cal. Emily could just go for a roll and deny that kill as well. So we'll have to see if Team 2 can make value from this Catnap from Reddick. It's going to be tough, though. There's so much mobility. And, I mean, we saw the way the Catnap went last time. Gorilla got punished as soon as he went in for it.
It was lucky timing across for him, but you know, hopefully we do wish the best that he doesn't get caught every single time. But if for Team 2, might go up more than 99.99. It's a dead shot trapped. No, he gets taken out. That's gone. Redix also with the stun pops into the well because food for the fish is a travesty. Strike between both ends. A Pulse Bomb gets their target. The Pulse gets demet. You were talking about the value they haven't been able to get. Finally, they managed to convert. And the overtime can just take away here for Team 1. Survival defense continues forward. They're looking jacked right now, but it might not be enough, though. Able to manage to find one more. This is close.
Pulse is going to be coming back with the Diva Bomb to work with. It's going to be the best shot that the Team 2 have at trying to clean this up. Alex taking down Amadou big as well, but Team 1, they have the ult to come back.
But not be enough to drop them back in. And it just barely not enough. The Team 2 manages to keep it. That was fun.
And look, it is really hard to not have a good time when you're watching Jetpack gameplay. Like, this is something that is so different from, like, every other composition that we ever get to see here in Overwatch. So, I don't know if that was Danny that was forcing that composition. Maybe it was just, you know, a gentleman's handshake to play No Lucio on Ilios. But, regardless, it's fun to get to see the creativity that was coming through from both of these teams.
Yeah, like, it's just... Like you're saying, just the fact that we stuck in terms of almost mirror competition between both these all of these maps was definitely fascinating. But you see just the value that we're talking about, right? That Jetpack Camp manages to bring, the mobility and the options that we have from both these teams. Really cool stuff. Though, although the first, first point was a little bit one-sided, though, definitely did help out that he's managed to flip. But eventually, third map naturally becoming as close as possible. I'm excited to see more, though. I hope we see Jetpack out on every map.
It would be fun for sure. I am very impressed at how close Ilios went. You know, 99 to 100 on map number 3 as like the deciding factor. Of course, we were gonna go to all 3 points regardless. It is a trial block after all, but definitely just speaks to kind of the level of talent that we have here for the final block in the trials.
Yeah.
Both these teams, fantastic start. We might see some roster stops come through, but yeah, it's really impressive to see these players adapting to this composition that they're probably not playing a whole lot in their regular scrims and in their regular matches.
Yeah, naturally. It is really cool. I'm excited to see more of it. By the way, this was tragic, man. But but like you're saying, right? I think just the objective with a lot of these scrim blocks and trials is to be able to, one, hopefully have fun with it, right? And just test your luck and your overall flexibility with different types of players and play styles. And two, show your stuff. If you can play the entire hero pool, if you made Overwatch, run that. Like, let's see you pop in every single hero, bro. Let's see you do it, man. I want to see the roster.
Alright, it's a great idea. We can only sign 7 players to the team, so if you got all the heroes in your pool, I think that gives you a little bit of advantage, at least.
You don't say.
We'll head over to Rudasapi for our second map here, push map, as it is going to be a Zarya matchup here. Icy's going to have Solsei on the Reaper to give those bubbles to build up some charge here. Alex, he's going to stick over on that Tracer, though, so going to be in control of a lot of those angles.
And also the Sergeant also trade with early picks. Though, so already as we get right into push, man, with push, I find the meta can be just so immediately flexible because teams just forcing themselves to adapt depending on where you end up in terms of every single one of these points and caps. Though, but for now though, with these teams staying stable, and those variables you're talking about with the Reaper, you got that percentage, you're able to find just aspects of damage playing a very mosquito-esque as you do with Reaper.
That's such a good way of putting it. Yeah, you want to get in, you want to get a bite, and you want to get out if you don't secure that kill. We can see Solsei cycling through those cooldowns exactly as he needs to. Bot has made a decent amount of progress right now, so it's really time for Team 2 to shut this down.
I see the walls almost caught us in trouble as well, stuck in the corner. I think there's a huge chunk of damage. So him being forced out will mean that I think we'll get much more push from this side, from Team 1 though. But as they do get completely capped out, and all of Team 2 will look to at least get some percentage back.
Yeah, all right. They'll get in control of the bot here. That's big for them. But Icy is still here, and Icy is still very charged up. They have a Kitsune Rush as well to work with. Oof.
That was impressive. How did he take that? I was thinking though they would have forced it back out to obviously look for a quick reset to obviously find one, but instead they've also found Amory here too. So that's not ideal for Team 2, is they're gonna have to wait till he gets back to Marshy to fully rush in. Jericho as well. Well, she caught out and forced away.
Oh, and that's really lucky, honestly, for Team 2 to not get staggered out further. Team 1 have now picked up the checkpoint, so they're going to have the forward spawns to work with. They have only committed the Kitsune Rush thus far, so they're going to have all 4 ults to work with. This grab from Icy could be massive, but Red X does have to be built up, so you might be able to keep your team alive for it.
Yeah, there you go. There's a soldier that also pops in. So we'll see if they can beat up Popton just yet, though, but we'll see what's they actually managed to trade from there too. Nothing actually taken substantially, but just almost just the 4 of them just forced away from the point, allowing Team 1 to push the robot just a bit further. But for Team T though, they don't have a lot of util, just that beat to be able to sustain.
And it feels like Team 2 has just constantly been on the back foot. Every opening pick has gone the way of Team 1. Team 2 has had to claw back a trade from each, and right now it's really showing. They are at an ult deficit, and they're running out of space with this bot. For Team 1, still creeping forward here.
Yeah, it's gonna be reactionary for Team 2, I found, right? Because we've seen that they've, actually put things in just to be able to survive, and that is such a sexy grab, dude. Come on, you pop the 4 in the wall, you take away the Lucio. That's your only to survive. We drop the beat. Let's get active.
Yeah, really, really good read there from Icy, knowing that there are going to be some members on the other side of that wall, knowing the grab will go through that wall as well, and then Solsei committing that Blossom in for good measure as well, and Team 1 just cannot be stopped. It's going to be on to Aimer with this overclock to try and find a stabilization.
Yeah, be also bubble potential left on a couple seconds to keep to get it alive, too. So there's the TP back, and so a quick reset as the fun spawns. And there's the Kitsune Rush alongside the pop spawns go to Gorilla taken out though. So big value being found. But from here, it should just be just full rushing this, looking to get any meters back. How did they not clean up? Oh my god.
Yeah, team kill here. Team 1 are going to continue to move this bot forward, and it's going to be on false to try and get a touch here, but 3 other members of Team 2 getting a later spawn, so it's not going to be a clean fight.
No, it looks messy, it looks icky, and a little bit stinky. I don't like it. That's a pop. And it'll just lead Team 1 to just clean up easily. I'm gonna deja vu, right?
Yeah, this was a very fast push map. I'll just say yeah. Usually we see a little bit more kind of fight back, but the momentum can be built really, really quickly on these push maps. Of course, everything will snowball together here, and I think that yeah, Team One really kind of put it all together, and the cycling of like always having kind of either that grab to work with or having the Kitsune Rush from Cal as well. I feel like they always had it pretty much ready to go when the team needed it the most. And unfortunately for Team 2, they just really, yeah, like you mentioned it, they were always having to react to these fights, and it just does not go well for them time after time. So once you lose a couple fights in a row, it just becomes exponentially harder to get back into a push map.
Yeah, and you saw as well too, with like the ult economy and also being staggered as well, such crucial points where I think we saw like Soldier being taken out so early on too, right? And then pretty consistently they were either losing healers or they just weren't able to fight S5 so often. It just meant that you're going in 3v, throwing your body in the line for pretty much just delay tactics. Even when ults came, it was just a fight for survival that they could not eke out. So unlucky.
Yeah, and I think it came down to a little bit in the comp difference. So we only had like the difference in those flex DPS. So Alex was over on the Tracer while we had Reaper on the other side for I believe it was Solse. The Solse Reaper is going to give a lot more frontline presence to help out with your Zarya. The Tracer does get big value in its own right, but you need that little bit of a time to kind of get set up on an angle so that you can push forward when your tank is pushing forward or when your hit scan, you know, finds a big chunk of damage. And unfortunately for the side of Team 2, Team 1, we're giving absolutely zero time for them to get set up with that Tracer. So you basically were always kind of down one in the fights, even though Alex wasn't actually dead. He was out of the fight, and that meant that Team 1 were able to just kind of push forward because they had the numbers advantage and they had a whole lot of damage to work with.
Yeah, it made it just that much rougher for them to try to be able to, you know, at least, you know, get some value back as well too. And I think like we mentioned, right, it was just that mosquito of the Reaper dev with the pop in, like get two big chunks, especially for Reaper, especially if your Tracer was right at the front line. You know, one quick headshot for the shotgun means, oh, that's half your health, bro. So you have to go back, reset, heal up again. It just means that you get pushed farther and farther and farther. And on a push map, getting pushed is bad. That's my Overwatch analysis. Thank you very much.
That's very good. It's so accurate. Yeah, I don't think I have anything further to add. No notes.
Thanks.
So, all right, we're finished with control for now. We're finished with push. So we have some options here for map number 3. It is, of course, going to be Danny, head coach, that is selecting where we go. But the idea of it is that we're going to have 6 maps happen in this block. We're going to do every single map type once, and then that 6th map is probably going to be a control map, but I saw a push map one day, so who knows. But we do know, at least for our map number 3, we'll be heading over to Escort. It is going to be Watchpoint Gibraltar. Now, what I've seen previously is that this Ana Brig Tracer is forced on Gibraltar, and then there's a little bit more flexibility on the tank and the hit scan.
I was gonna say, man, I want a scrim zone to be a pop in, but it's all good. I'm sure we'll see it later on, though. As we get that aggressive Widow easy pick off right at the beginning. Amadou. I mean, I think he was also playing this well in the previous scrim block as well, right? So he was getting some nice couple picks with this. So I'm glad to see him bring this back.
All right, yeah, we'll have the Diva mirror here as well. And yeah, Amadou on this Widow compared to Aimer on the M-Ray. There is a lot of pressure from this Widow. It's just about existing as Widow. You get some value here. So Aimer's going to have to be very, very careful and keep a close eye on where Amadou is rotating.
I mean, we were able to find one more, though, as he's with Amadou just holding this entire high ground, just pushing the rest of them off. That we see this also is trying to contest with it, but able to find much of substantial value of the Diva there for the supports, but it should be just enough to force them all away to be able to get high ground and be able to push his payload all the way to his first cap. Though for now, though, to be taken away, False doing so much work right at the front line. With both healers gone, this should be first cap.
Yeah, it's looking pretty promising here. Amadou will lock it in, and yeah, first point capped up. 5+ minutes for Team 2 to work with. This is a stellar time bank, and they're going to be able to push forward and find a late kill, and crucially, they're going to get their support set up on the high ground. So we see that Alex is on payload duty right now. Cal and Gorilla are making the rotation up to the high ground so that they don't have to worry about Solse kind of bothering them on the point.
Yeah, and this just seems to just get a little bit rougher though, as with Amadou kind of continuing on his Widow. He's just he's been such a thorn in their side because realistically, he hasn't gotten a ton of picks, but it's the fear. Like, you know when you got like a bad like grade on your report card and you know your parents are gonna get mad at you? So the time between, it's just the fear of realizing what you'll have to face. Speaking of which though, they already been able to face and get on the payload. At this point, it's just been easy, clean pushings, not really contest from Team 2.
Yeah, alright, here's the nano in onto false. The false bomb from Alex goes out as well. Looks like there is going to be a trade on the nano, but the backline for Team 1 has already fallen here. Team 2 making excellent use of that nano boost, and they just have not really been slowed down at all here on Gibraltar. It is going to be at the point picked up here. Solsay dying in the backline, and they still have 5+ minutes as they roll into this third point. We'll have to see if there's any swaps or anything that come through from Team 1, because Amity's gonna have a much better time on this point than on second point on this Widow. Not that we were on second point that long.
I mean, that's fine. It's just, I mean, this is really where it counts, right? Look, as long as you can hold them off here, shouldn't be too bad. But they're getting, yeah, they're getting kind of rolled. This is rough. But maybe they can find one. No, okay. So, Ryan, how's your day going? Everything good with you? Yeah.
I'm pretty good so far. You know, yeah, we're hanging out here. Yeah, I'm probably having a better time than these players are on Gibraltar right now. I really do think so. Unfortunately, Team 1 just have not been able to stabilize, and Team 2 are just showing all of this aggression. They have the rally, they have the bomb to work with. It's just the rally from Red X on the side of Team 1. Aimer needs to build up to this override protocol, because that's going to be the ult that'll probably be able to stabilize them more than anything.
There's a rally also popped over, just with the force a bit back and just taking a rest position, but like, they haven't been able to do a ton off of it though. It's just survival right now. It's a couple of shields and they can, but no one is dead just yet though. Abidu's still up top, putting out some nice little shots, but that'll be just about it though. False being forced away, so they find a second of reprieve, but that is about it.
All right, this is it. This is where Team 1 makes their stand. They've got about 3.5 minutes to get through. They did build up to this override protocol from Aimer, so that's going to be good to have in this back pocket. But Cal has built the nano. It's going to go over onto false. The back line for Team 1 don't have a rally to work with now, so we're going to have to try and go first in this fight. I like this one.
Yeah, this is nice little odds as well to just push them all back. Though good amount of damage will be taken away. But Kyle not being taken down tier 2, so finally they get some value. All being in their favor. This Emery popping off.
All right, yeah, good stuff. Find a late kill would help the cause as well. Alex, not quite gonna get the wave spawn, but it will be 4 ults here for Team 2 to push back in. The nano, from Cal, still ready to go as well, but at least now Team 1 are going to have this nano from Graveyard to work with. We saw the nanos both rode onto the divas kind of timed at the same point on the second point of Gibraltar, so I expect we'll see the dueling nanos, and then it's really just going to come down to which diva can delete the backline first.
And we've seen that False has been pretty good about that though. Pretty consistently, he's just rushing at them as I just said, there's one. Although it does take his life for it though, but still managed to clean up one more. Nice pulse bomb to clean up also. The 2-for-1 by the end, but it's just enough to at least to keep them on somewhat even ground and force them back to resets. Bomb up top to make them hide behind, and Amadou being taken. Team 1 putting up a front.
Right. More time here off the clock. Trying to get the DMAC on it to Icy. Not gonna manage to do that. It's just gonna have to be a disengage coming through here. As Team 2 do have the rally still in their back pocket. They are running out of time. This is going to be, I think, their best opportunity to maybe try and push this payload all the way, though. There's no support ult that you have to be worried about. It is this override protocol, but you have the debuff. False is gonna have to really look to shut down Aimer.
I'm gonna see if they can. Though is the tough part that Rimmers has just been able to roam free. And get so much damage down too as well. Has the ulted up top, so we saw how much damage you could and value you got out of that previously, so might be able to do that again. Both sides switch over to the Emery. Team 2 gonna have to engage and find some ways to get back in. As we see a little stat pad for Aimer, thank you very much. That was cool.
Little player card making an appearance here. Aimer, yeah, is going to use this override protocol to kind of push back Team 2, but you've lost Icy here, so Team 2 are going to be able to now push back in with Smolt's their own. Oh.
Yeah, no, I mean, that's, they tried their best, you know, did what they could, but Alex being a thorn in their side, that's 3. Almost by the end for Alex with the support of Amadou. And they're just looking to just force out Icy, but he chooses to go back and reset. But if you can get secondary DPS, so if Solsay gets taken away, then maybe tickets, push out the bomb, doesn't necessarily get the stick, but there's a diva to fall, they're gonna push everything and push all they have on the line to get everything, and it's Amadou popping up and taking 3 outs.
Yeah, it's hard to contend with a nano override protocol in overtime. The team has to stay on the point, so you're just gonna be eating a whole bunch of explosive damage. The DMAC also just kind of denying any DM from coming through here. So I was a bit of a still there on the 3rd point. Things did slow down a little bit, but it definitely 1st and 2nd point, it was just a scramble here for the defensive team.
Yeah, and we saw just how kind of clean, right? We would say the first 2 caps kind of went as well. So, you know, just smooth sailing across the board with how much Amadou was able to do on his Widow, with the pressure he was able to put out, and some really nice damage as well from up top. Although not a ton of picks, but enough to be able to force the opposing diva back in. And from there, although just a quick effort, you know, from the opposing side, from team 2, I say, especially on a final cap, but as expected, just wasn't enough to keep it there, though. But hopefully on the other side, they can match the same energy.
Yeah, hoping to see that as well. I think especially on 1st point. 1st point can be like a really good one to defend as long as you can get your supports rotating fast enough. You're probably going to see the Ana and Brig set up kind of on the high ground first, and then you make the rotation through the server room. And that on the attack was really punished really hard because you had the Tracer kind of rotate around so that as that Ana and Brig were making the server room rotation, they were backing up into a Tracer. So we'll see what Team 1 can get done on the attack now. And again, it's going to be about getting control of this high ground. No Widow for either teams. It is going to be the straight mirror match as Team 2 are going to have Amadou starting on that Emery.
I mean, we saw just how much Aero was able to do on the Emery in the previous point, right? So I think this is the right call as well to switch away from the Soldier and keep it up there. But for now, though, again, over high ground control, nothing necessarily unexpected. But Alex having to fall back pretty early on, though, as Icy and False do battle. Ooh, nice start.
Yeah, this is big sleep dart. It's a big nade as well, but the defense matrix is there to keep False alive. However, this is going to mean lots of space being gained for Team 1. They need to break through this small room and get their support set up on this high ground, and Solsay taking Amadou is going to help them with that.
Yeah, no, once again, there's sleep dart being found out right on top of False. Being forced, being pushed away, though, almost D-Mac, but finally finding Cal by the end, surviving with the last couple of seconds. Team 1 getting a huge couple of picks, being able to get past the 2 little choke points, and also a stagger, so not too shabby to cap it off.
Ooh, that's true. Yeah, there's a contest coming through right now from Team 2, but it's going to get cleaned up pretty quickly. Yep. So, all right, hey, 5 minutes. Well, deja vu here as it is going to be team number 2 trying to push forward. They want to take control of this ship as well, but you have False to contend with.
I mean, I think that was actually much faster than even Team 2 had it in the previous point for the first cap too. So starting off strong here for themselves. IC just looks to open being nuisance up top of the plane, but let's see how Team 2 gets to look to pop in and contest the middle ultimates. This peak with Deeper Bomb available. This is good. And maybe that's the final one. Aimer gets taken out. Not much past the
Yeah, just a little nap on the high ground, and then it's going to be a nano over onto Icy, trying to take down these supports. And yeah, this is what we've been seeing from the Divas. As we get the nano, it's a beeline to try and take down these supports. Looks like the rally out of Gorilla, though, so maybe Team 2 can stabilize from this.
You're saying the rally just enough to be pushed 2 more back, though, and the rally with the nano doing so much as they even look to stagger. Even here, once again, the False being caught and stunned will mean that this cap comes in just as easily for Team 1 here on their side. You know, it should be another 4 minutes to cap it off for them, and Team 2 has got to put up a real front as you go towards final.
Looks like they're staging for a recontest here. Yeah, it will be Amadou with the nano to try and stop this cap from coming through.
I mean, this is nice. A big couple pops for this little favor. Doing enough that you hold them out. No picks on either side. Falling the ice looks to fall. Avenue be taken away. This is huge from them as Aimer pops 3 more. Alex does his job, but it's just started off. There was so many fall from Team 2 side. Well, with one more being DMAC'd. The contest is heavy, but Team 2, too many have fallen, and they cannot do it.
There's the cap coming through. It is going to be a disengage into the spawn, gets the TP away, so Alex will not get staggered out this time. It will be some space being gained here for Team 1, as Team 2 is going to have to look to get their support set up on the far high ground and try and get control of this forward high ground as well. Actually, it'll try and rotate Cal up here. It is going to be the Nano ready to go for Graveyard, though, so we have to respect that Nano is going to go over onto Icy, and that Cal and Gorilla are going to be the main targets.
Naturally so, and speaking of which, that might not be the case just yet, as Cal and Gorilla, like you just said. Right, well, comes in, they're both already dead, so easy pickings from their side. Team 2, clean up, and as we'll continue the push forward with one final stand remaining. Maybe one or two.
There's a great nade there from Graveyard to kind of follow up onto the backline of Team 2 as well. And another really good nade. That's something that we haven't been seeing as much here on Gibraltar, is going for those aggressive nades. But Graveyard is finding them, and it's usually hitting those supports.
Yeah, and we've seen as well with Cal and Gorilla being caught out a little bit too often. It means that Team 2 is kind of struggling for numbers and seeing what they can do. But for now, and from here, you go around the bend and get this corner. Just waiting for what to come online. People want to nail false. Also, Amadou also having his very close. We'll see Aimer and Amadou likely to do battle. As soon as Dale comes online, though, no Nano to be spoken about Cal. Very close to his.
Yeah, that's true. And I feel like that Nano is going to make a big difference here for Team 2, because, like you mentioned, it could go over onto Amadou, but no, Amadou is going to use this override protocol as the initiator in the fight. It'll have to be the Nano as the follow-up.
We'll see that, though. Like you're saying, big damage coming off from Amadou properly when Nano Redux dead. Graveyard gone. Both healers being taken away. Will be the Team 1 will be none the wiser. We'll all have to run away, tuck tail. And Team 2 will get a couple of seconds to breathe.
Ooh, yeah, okay, Icy can't go for the reset there. It does have the bomb for the next fight, and Aimer does have this override protocol. Graveyard building up to this Nano is pretty big, but this time Gorilla is going to have the rally in response to that Nano. So all Team 2 need to do is make sure that they don't get hit with another anti-nade from Graveyard. So that could be blocked by Gorilla with the shield, but I think more likely it's going to be onto False to try and eat that anti-nade up, as both these teams just staging right now. Team 1 need to play a little bit slow so that they can get this Nano online.
Yeah. 2 minutes left in the bank, like you're saying. Nice little sleep, as well as just being forced to push back, but having to capitalize a lot off of it. The nade onto Alex. The isolate one. Cal is dead. A travesty taken. Gorilla guard alongside Aimer as he popped the ult. The bomb is inside of a structure, so he's not doing nothing at all. You're covered yourself, man. And with all 5 fallen, Team 1 should get the cat.
Yeah, looking pretty good. Icy has the bomb as, just good measure here. But, yeah, it's just staggered touches on. And now Team 1 will be able to finish Gibraltar. And they did have... was Danny serious? Danny said playing it out. I haven't seen any of these maps go to overtime. Usually we just end it there. But potentially we could be getting maybe some overtime here on Gibby. I guess it's possible.
I mean, let's find out. If teams do want to play this out, then maybe they might. There was like a difference of about 59 seconds in actual time bank, right? But I think maybe let's see what Danny has to say. We'll wait on his message. And believe we're getting word that Danny said we want to play it out. So let's roll the tapes. Let's do it.
This is awesome, honestly. The last block of the trials, and I'm getting to see Jetpack Cat, I'm getting to see, escort maps played out into overtime rounds. I can't imagine what is going to come in the second half of this block. But I definitely think this is going to be interesting because both of these teams have seriously struggled on the defense here, and that's really going to shine through in overtime maps, where overtime rounds, where you're only going to have that 1 minute or 2 minutes if you're the other team to push this payload. So you're going to have to be very decisive in all of your fights. This is not about having messy, scrappy fights. This is about cleaning things up quickly.
And what Danny also just mentioned too is that it's a good map for teams to adapt, especially with how defense favored it is. So we'll see how they do actually adapt. 'Cause right now, Team 1 very heavy-handed with the defense, so fighting up right up and center, having to give up high ground right away, unfortunately with IC being demacked. Unfortunate alongside combo with the nade, so Team 2 gets to just roll them over.
Yeah, all right. This is kind of notes of what we saw in the first time this team went on the attack. Is that first point, you don't see that really strong defense. I do agree with Danny. Watchpoint Gibraltar is typically a much more defense-favored map, but so far we haven't really been seeing that at least.
No, we have not. As it's been very aggressive, and we've seen the Team 1 like it's just. I find usually between the kind of bridge they've been fighting right before first point, before it makes this, Halo makes to come up and just be able to fight this and holds a bit longer. But nonetheless, Team 2, not much time to remain in the bank. They'll have to hold themselves on the payload. But to be able to get this cap though, damn.
It's really good here for Team 2. It is overtime, of course. They've run out of that 1 minute that they had, so they do need to keep somebody on the point. It's gonna be Alex. Alex is on payload duty. Once again, we're gonna see those supports rotate up towards the high ground here. Cal leading in this nano charge is going to be kind of the difference maker here. I see wanting the nano, but it's gonna have to wait a little bit longer for Graveyard to get that one online. So right now, you need to just try and build some ults.
Yeah, False looks to pop in, though, gets the Beaver Bomb out. They'll try to survive, but Leo gets maced in the face. You're in front of your mech, brother. So, bomb being forced away, your tank's gone, so that's two also being taken away in quick succession with Adler there for up top of support. So, they're not falling, they forced them all away, and hey, it's a cap in a little bit, but let's see if the defense on the other side is any better.
Yeah, I feel like it was just a little bit of over-aggression there for the attacking team, for Team 2. They did a good job of kind of doing that when they had time to work with, but once you're in overtime, you gotta play a lot more cautious. You really cannot afford to get picked out. So False had that bomb ready, so I was thinking that he'd be able to just get the remake, but didn't quite go that way. So we'll see what they're gonna get done on the attack. Team 1 does have that little bit more time. Well, it's double their time really, but 2 minutes is still not a whole lot to work with on these overtime rounds, especially where, again, it's defense favored here. So we really do got to see Team 2 try and put up a bit stronger of a fight at this first corner, because we have just seen the payload kind of fly through this first point without anybody really getting a contest on it.
Yeah, and exactly like you said, right? It's been kind of interesting to see, especially when you're looking for defensive adaptations, then we're kind of seeing it from Team 1 being another jetpack, never mind. We were hoping to be able to see it, but as this last day kind of presents itself, I'll wait to for my thoughts. As of right now, not much else has actually changed in terms of pace.
No, it's all about just, okay, get your Tracer to move this payload along. Yeah. Try and put some contest onto this high ground. Right now, I think Team 1 really want to try and catch Team 2 supports in the rotation. They have to anticipate that Cal and Gorilla are going to make that rotation towards server room very soon. You need to have your Tracer set up on the angle so that you can catch that out. You need to put some pressure on this high ground, so at least we're seeing them do that.
Yeah, and at least you also saw them as well. They were able to just completely go through bridge as easily as well, either, right? So this is good as well, because you saw IC as you hold in the front, and now from here, this is the adaptation we want to see if Team 1 is able to hold them off any longer. And it's just under a minute left in the time bank here, but False are going to clean up. The Source already gone, and Cal, with the nade on top of him, it barely survives, but for not much, but for a bit longer, I should say. For now, though, a hold. The one we finally see a full proper hold, but for just a little bit.
It's true, yeah. Team 2, probably the first time here on Gibraltar is actually getting some stabilization on this first corner of Gibraltar. The payload did move a decent amount forward here, but at least you're going to get yourself set up back on this high ground again. You have the Nano from Graveyard coming online here for Team 1, though, and Cal is lagging quite a bit behind. Pulsate trying to sneak this card in. Honestly, feel like if he doesn't shoot, they might not notice.
I mean, I don't know. It makes this really rough if they can't find one, but Bolt's doing the Lord's work to get his team to push and do anything they can. But from here, this is good from Team 2. They actually managed to hold him for maybe for a little bit longer. For Team 1, it's final fight here. They have bomb available. Also, that also pushed down too. They're pushing everything they can to be able to survive, at least try to get a cap off here, but does not seem to be happening. Team 1 have read all of it. Now on top of falls to get the healers that possibly can. Brig should be taken away. What? Gets popped out, survives by the end. Huge survival tactics from both these teams. But Team 1, somehow, someway, still have not taken a beating. Usually by this one, we'll be halfway through, after we rub top to big amounts of damage with the ults. But it's still not enough. The cap comes in as the clock continues to tick.
Yeah, and now Team 1 is looking to push forward, get some stagger kills here. It would be massive. Overtime spawns, of course, going to take that much longer. False, the only ult on the board here for Team 2. We don't usually see a whole lot of value from the diva, but maybe it... Oh, no. The payload. No.
Unlucky.
I feel like they had that in the bag, honestly. If they had somebody on the cart, they would have had that in the bag, but it's okay. It's okay.
Yeah, that's
add it to the list. I get jetpack hat, I get overtime rounds, I get C9. It's the whole suite here for the final block.
Yeah. it's like it's like when you get those like assortment of chocolates, the little boxes, you're like, oh boy, I get to have every little thing. Give me for me. It's not bad. At least you know what. One thing we saw a hold. We saw an actual hold, and I'm gonna need you all to hold on as well for a couple of minutes as we come back. The short little break. See you back in a bit.
should've known. Won't pick up the phone, go on and watch me fade. When you see the lights faded in the night, know that I'm fine alone. I'll be running for the skyline, sun in my eyes. No music, but I'm dancing. I'll be running, I'll be running by, I'll be running, I'll be running down, I'll be running, I'll be running by, I'll be running, I'll be running for the skyline, sun in my eyes, skyline, sun in my eyes, skyline, sun in my eyes. No music, but I'm dancing. I can see the end now, almost in my memory. No more waiting for a sign now. It's time for me to leave. As the world closes on the door of what it came to be, I regret nothing. I can set my mind free. I know it too well. I'm up on the roof and yeah, the words don't matter, no. And we put on quite a show. And I'd be lying if I said I'd come back. I just wanna go, I wanna walk away. Never wanted to love you anyway. Guess I should've known, won't pick up the phone. Go on and watch me fade. When you see the lights fading in the night.
Hey, welcome back, everybody. It is going to be the second half of the final block of the Overwatch World Cup Trials. I'm still Rain, joined by Ravishing Ravish, and hey, are you ready to head into the second half of this?
Oh boy, gee golly, am I! I cannot wait to watch more Overwatch. As I'm hearing issues from my non applicable. That's funny. I just don't exist on the internet, dude. That's awesome. Shout out once again, Owen. That's our producer for really just pushing me out there, man. Thank you. I love getting my exposure bucks with NA.
Yes. Yeah, so we're here. We're ready to head into map number 4, I believe. We've done control. We've done our push map. Did we do our push map? We did our escort map. So we're running into a hybrid and a flashpoint map, and then we'll cycle back into probably another control map. So I'm interested to see this one. We've ended up on Atlas for flashpoint maps quite a bit in these trial blocks, which is very surprising to me. It's the newest flashpoint map. I think that most people don't prefer it as their, flashpoint map of choice. Usually people would more stray towards Surabasa, which we haven't seen any of. But I do think having an advantage on Atlas is that you can really force some more brawl composition. So if Danny, the head coach, is looking to kind of pivot off of the dive comps that we saw on Watchpoint Gibraltar, they could move over onto that to test the waters out on another composition.
But I'm personally looking forward to hybrid, I'd say. I mean, look, hybrid is my bread and butter. I played hybrid the most in my very short career of getting to gold in Overwatch. So, I enjoy it deeply. Give me Scrim Jerome. That's what I want. I just want to feel at home. I just feel comfortable again. I just want to be happy again. That's it. Is that so bad, right?
It's not so bad. I'm also a Scrims Row enjoyer. I fear there's very, very small chance that we go to Kings Row on a trial map. I know. It's so sad.
Give me Numbani.
What? You have some hot takes here. Never have I heard somebody say, "Take me to Nimbani." Never. Oh. Well, you get your hybrid map. It will be Blizzard World for our fourth map. It's a far cry from Scrims Row. I know it really is. Yeah. Looks like we're gonna have a Sigma mirror here. You're gonna get to see any Yari on both teams as well. So really leaning into the poke compositions here, where there isn't gonna be speed available for either one of these teams.
Yeah, I don't actually don't mind this because I remember seeing a lot of Inzari Sojourner back when she was like super popular, right? But the Sigma is something I expected a bit less. I thought they might have paired it with a bit more dive or maybe even like an Orisa to go ahead and pair along with just the poke that they have going on. But from here though, Sigma fantastic, taking all that space to get into these tight chokes, Blizzard World. So it's not too bad as they made some decent headway to try to get inside the map. But all they got to do is cap it from here though. Amadou. It's a quick little pick off the one down. All you gotta do is clean up 3 more, and this should be a cap.
Okay, False very low. Icy actually also low, so the Sigma's managing to get healed back up. 1 tick on the board here for Team 2, though, and they have forced Icy into a very bad position here, and I don't know how Team 1 are gonna find their way back onto that point.
Yeah, this seems much rougher than it was initially, I must add, because like it seems clean going, but for now the IC just barely gets taken out before you can completely cap this off as May, doing so much work from Alex to just force them, keep delaying. For Team 1 though, I mean, a little pick-offs and caps, but for now they'll at least get to resets and continue pushing.
Incredible accretion there from False, catching the Genji out downtown. Soulsay will get sent back to that spot. However, Team 1, the rest of them will get set up on this high ground, though. So this is a good spot for them to be in. Graveyard is going to immediately be off of that Iari, though, over onto the Wuyong here. So you're going to have a little bit more flexibility in terms of movement.
Yeah, and we're talking about just the difference of compositions, right, between actual poke types and now they'll be able to dive in as well and push them much farther back. This is nice, though. The Wuyong push is interesting as well, especially with Aimer. Switching on, keeping it consistent. Those hero that he's had almost for all these maps. Now, Team 1 on their own. Team 2, they have the ultimate, so they can kind of just like vomit all over the point and see what they can get.
I like that idea, especially where right as the Kakune Rush, there's no Kiriko to match on the side of Team 1, so that ult is going to give you all the space in the world to work with, and then you can follow it up with one of these other ults with potentially this overclock ready to go for Amadou.
Yeah, and this is, we're seeing that Blake has popped out, the false being taken away, so we'll say, we're going to walk in and clean up with that Blizzard. That is really nice pairing. Team 1, this is sick from them, though. This May pick is coming so clutch.
Yeah, honestly, Team 2, I liked the Blizzard coming out there, anticipating that Team 1 were going to collapse into that small room, but the Blade from Soulsay just slicing everything apart there, so Team 2 on the back foot. They did manage to get that Kitsune rush out, but it was just too much engagement here from Team 1, and they are keeping that aggression up.
Yeah, like we were saying, just rush everything and put it, and you can on the point. See him right up top, the 2 quick kills, and 2 crucial ones on top of that too as he pops down. Boss being taken away, and Team 2, 3 minutes left in this clock, have not been able to make a ton of progress.
No, they've really just been locked out of this first choke point, and it's because Team 1 is just holding control of this high ground so well, and I think that Soulsay on this Genji is doing a great job following up on the damage that's coming in from Aimer. So Alex is going to opt to match that now over on to the Genji for himself. Also, notably, there's no Tracer in this map, so that's why we have not seen her make an appearance.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense because you would expect them to be on this, which is also why we're seeing the DPS flexes really show what they have to offer. Soulsay, disgusting triples. He locked 3 in the corner, matched with the Gorilla. Beautiful stuff from them.
Yeah, wow, and it's a team kill here, and Team 1 get to just set up again. They're just kind of, it's a rinse and repeat here. They find the opening pick, they give a little bit of space to kind of bait Team 2 in, and then Aimer has all of these angles to work with, and that's when you get hit with all the damage from that Emre. Now Icy has this Gravitic Flux to work with, Gorilla with the Nano as well. This is a great choke point to try and use this Gravitic Flux, but False will have one to work with as well, so Team 1's gonna have to try and place Blitz here so they don't all get caught in it.
We'll see what they can do. The Blade gets pushed out first, though. So at least they'll look to force a couple key of them back, but Soulsay can't get a ton back. There's also the Sigma ult, so he can get more value off of it, though, but just ult being pushed onto 2 or 3 members, but nothing to actually capitalize off of it either. Finally, Soulsay does his job. He has 2 more. Blade pops in. And bada bing, bada boom. That's how you make a nice little pizza pie. I like it.
It seems to be a delicious pizza. Team 1. The nano onto Soulsay before he got the blade online was really smart because the extra damage from the nano built up to the blade. So that is a nice little kind of cycling of ults there for Team 1, using every tool in their kit to make sure that they're able to take control of the fight. They are never on the back foot. They are always making Team 2 react to whatever it is they throw at them.
Yeah, and it's kind of the consistent theme we've seen even from the previous maps here, right? Like, it's been a very reactionary gameplay, especially when they're on top positions like this. They just can't seem to collect it together, unfortunately so. And with 30 seconds left on the clock here, high ground continues to be maintained and kept in their favor. They can't get a lot done. So, Team 2, what do you got? Final couple fights in front of you.
I mean, they got the blade to work with, but you don't really have a lot to kind of support this blade. If Cal can build up to the Captive Sun, you can try and hit with the Captive Sun and then use the blade to follow up on that damage. But the problem is Team 1 is playing so split right now that you're going to have a very hard time chaining together these dash resets because everybody is just so far apart from each other.
Yeah, this is going to have to be it here. Amadou finally builds up to the ult, though. Alex there pops on top to 3, taken away from Alex. And that's exactly what you're looking for. And for Team 2, a massive wipe. And just enough to get it to overtime, but this has to last.
Yeah, and I don't know how they're going to make it last. They dumped the 3 ults that they had into that fight. They are nowhere near close to any other ults, and there are 3 that are coming online for Team 1. Aimer already has the override protocol. Gorilla with the nano as well. You can just go for the combo of that nano override protocol to split everybody from Team 2. You could just force them to get off the point and win that way.
Yeah, very easily could, though. Aimer goes up, pops his L2. Boss being taken down will spell a lot of trouble, and I think it was a one fight. It was a nice glimpse in the future, but it wasn't enough.
No, yeah, Team 2 they had 3 ults, and the only time that they won a fight, it felt like after capping that first point was when they dumped both their DPS ults and their Captive Sun. So they just had nothing left in the tank to work with. And I think that especially on Blizzard World, second point, there's a lot of really, really long sight lines. And it really felt like Aimer on that Emray was getting the better of Amadou on that Sojourn just in the neutral fights. Amadou had some really fantastic overclocks, but it's all of the fights leading up to that overclock that were not going the way of Team 2. So I think that if you're going to play a map where you have these really long sight lines, it just makes sense to play the DPS hero that has no fall off damage.
Yeah, it's pretty nice to pop in as well. And but I mean, we'll see if on the flip side they can continue to create these same results, which is just how impactful that both Genjis were on both sides. Though the nanos of the blades were so disgusting. Good man. So I want to see more. Come on, more shurikens tossed, more nanos popped in early, more slashing. It's which is also another way how you make pizza. You just cut.
We're locked in. We started with sushi at the beginning of the broadcast. We're working into pizza. You know, we're getting the whole meal in. Like, I don't think anybody could tell. No one could tell.
Hey, thanks, man. Yeah, I appreciate it. But we'll see what comps both these teams looks to bring out, though. But nothing necessarily changed. That we're gonna keep on keeping on from what we saw in the previous sides.
All right. Yeah, we're gonna see Alex back over on the May here for the defense. And Cal back over on to this ERE. So the May is gonna have, I think, a little bit of a better time on the defense compared to on the offense, but there's still a lot of open space to work with here. So you're not necessarily going to be able to get a wall that just splits off somebody entirely. So you got to be quick about getting the wall in and having that follow-up damage come through.
Exactly, right? And we saw just how much damage, or at least the utility that we saw from Team 2 from the May on the previous side. But from here, it's Team 1 kind of getting pelted, though. Like we were talking about, that poke coming in clutch, the nice little shield just to hold them off for a couple of seconds as they try to take away Azar's little healing orbs. To make sure they actually pushing further as they've been doing work to be taking consistency and keeping the rest of the team up. From here, though, IC gets confident, pushes in, with 2 being down from Team 1. there should be a cap coming up, but nah, they're holding out.
Ooh, yeah, you lose Icy, so you're not going to be able to immediately take a lot of space here, but it's a good kill from Amer to take down Cal, who did have that Captive Sun coming online, so you've taken the first ult that Team 1 would have had to work with out of the fight, so you are at least going to get some percentage on the point here. Graveyard's built up to this Tidal Blast as well, and yeah, they're going to go first in this fight. I love this from Team 2.
Yeah, this is really nice from this as well. But as they look to pop in, the False will be the first target. As the rest of the team can't necessarily survive. Amer also has ult as well. He pops up top to just enough health to survive, but 2 look to fall. And that Blizzard, man, we were talking about it previously. Alex just gets so much utility off of it. All 5 of them stopped. Team 2 has some ultimates. Massive team kill, and is just 30% taken.
All right, yeah, that's a really good re-engage coming through from Team 1. Yeah, they had to commit both of those support ults into it, but having the DPS ults and the Flux are going to be massive. Like you mentioned, Alex, having this Blizzard online, right now Team 1 have the opportunity to just try to play to bait Team 2 into a space and then hit them with that Blizzard. But on the side of Team 2, that Nano Blade has been built up here, and you have nothing save for maybe a Flux from False to try and shut that Blade down. So Team 1 gotta be trying to keep an eye out for Soul Save here. They need to shut that down quick.
Yeah, this is Sigma as well. Looks to pop in, get 1, but with 2 already falling in such quick succession. Falls caught out though, but the rest of the team is in trouble. They can't follow on the rest of Amadou does work alongside Gorilla, and they shut out the rest of them. What was that?
Wow, great reaction from Team 1. I will give them that. The Nano actually went over onto Amer, not onto Soul Save, but then it was the Override Protocol and the Blade popped at the same time. Alex manages to shut down the Blade. False with the shield here from the Sigma, able to block pretty much all of that damage from Amer. So really great stuff here, and now we're back mostly into the neutral fight, but Icy has this Flux to work with here, so Team 1 gonna want to play a little bit split here. You know, Red X and Alex should be able to live through the Flux where you have the Suzu and the Ice block, but otherwise you gotta be aware you're probably gonna be a target here.
Yeah, and the push out the L2, Icy takes 1, so it's at least a bit of utility taken, but the rest of them are just stopped in front, and we've got 10 seconds remaining. Right? It's not even final fight. It's whoever can get on the plate.
Yeah, and oh, okay, Graveyard finds Amadou. Icy has swapped over on to the Doomfist here to try and get the touch, but yeah, Graveyard got taken down, so there will be no contest coming through, and that will be it for Blizzard World. Hey, the May on the defense really did work out for Alex. I think, shout out to Amadou also on that Sojourn. Really fantastic job stepping up. And I think that if you're not going to play the Emre, yeah, you really did have to kind of pop off on first point because those sightlines are going to be a lot smaller. So you do have that kind of a bigger advantage to work with. If we had headed into second point, it could have been a different story. Yeah,
naturally so. And I think this is it is kind of just the story of the map so far, and what you saw just how much utility that both Amadou and even like Soul Saber getting on both their sides here, like which is the conscious switches. But I'm thinking like I gotta give it over to the tanks, man. I gotta show them some love though, because both IC and False, although the ults weren't as big, though the space that they made by and kind of essentially becoming just the prime targets, especially IC right up front and center, holding Sigma off, not allowing there any more projectiles and shields being used so quickly. So I'm impressed, I must say. Both these teams put up a great fight, but by the end of it, Team 2 just a little bit nicer.
Yeah. Yep, I agree. I definitely, shout out to the Sigmas being able to kind of cycle through those cooldowns and stay alive for as long as they did in the face of, like, a lot of damage. The Sojourn and the Emre can both put out massive amounts of damage. The tank is a pretty big target. You're gonna get hit with some of it eventually, and definitely good job from both of them to kind of cycle the cooldowns and stay alive for as long as they did. Shout out to the supports as well. We got to see a lot more of a variety here, and I really like that. Cal getting to play a little bit of the Iari. We don't really get to see Iari a whole lot anymore. You kind of mentioned she used to kind of have her heyday for a while, but yeah, ever since the rise of the Lucio Kiriko, it's been hard to kind of fit her into the composition, unless you're playing on one of these maps like Blizzard World that's a little bit more kind of poke favored.
Yeah, Kiriko good, would have thought. But yeah, like I say, it's been interesting to see just like how both of them have kind of evolved, and let's see how we shout it out the DPSs, the tanks, and the supports. That's
All right.
That's everybody, I think.
We love everyone equally. Yes.
Maybe you do. But the point is, though, is we should be finally seeing. No, I mean hybrids out of the way, so yeah, Flashpoint left. I don't like Flashpoint.
No, you have the hottest takes I've ever heard. Oh my gosh, no. This is
Look,
no
Flashpoint is fine.
Cool.
It's okay. I just don't love it. That's so bad.
I will say Flashpoint becomes exponentially more fun when you get teams that recognize how to play as a team, because getting staggered on Flashpoint or like having like 1v1s happen all over the map, not fun. Very bad time. But I think that we got, you know, the top level of players here in the lobby. I think that we're going to get to witness a pretty good Flashpoint map. We don't know where we're going to go. I'm going to speculate that we're going to Atlas. We've seen it a whole lot. The only other, we also saw some New Junk City. Have not seen Saravasa, which is like heartbreaking to me. That is my favorite map. But yeah, we got confirmation. We won't see Atlas for the second time here tonight. We'll move over on to New Junk City.
Yeah, you said a really key phrase there. If teams play together.
Yes.
Right. Now, you and I, you know, we understand that that sentence means nothing.
Not to the metal ranks.
Yeah.
We suffer.
That's just not a thing that happens. It doesn't matter what role I play. Because look, man, like, it doesn't matter if I was playing Junk at her peak, bro. I'm still dying. Like this, it doesn't matter. But I digress. Point is I'm excited to see what Flashpoint has to hold.
Yeah.
For these two teams as we get into more scrims and as players get to highlight themselves in all different situations. Let's go.
Yeah, that's right. We have some bans coming in as well. So there will be no Lucio and there will be no Emre. Now, I will note, I do think that the Sojourn plays better on New Junk City compared to the Emre because of the abundance of corners to work with, but I think that the Lucio ban is pretty impactful. Of course, we see Lucio pretty much on every map, but I think especially when you go into Flashpoint maps, they're really big maps. You need some speed to kind of navigate around them. So in light of this, I think that we're probably going to move over onto the Juno Brig backline so that at least you can have the speed in the form of that sphere.
Yeah, I'll be interested to see it though, because Juno is a healer that I don't see a ton.
No.
but you know, she's so fun and quirky and good to look at. And she's purple. Oh my god! Wow, yippee!
Oh, moons! Yeah.
Yeah. And she floats, which like not like half of them do, which sort of doesn't really matter.
I do like there has been an adjustment to one of her major perks as well that I think has really, really benefited Juno, and the fact that she can get a triple jump now. So she had a little double jump before, but once you build up to that major perk, you have the triple jump, and that gives her a huge amount of mobility to work with, and it really does allow her to survive a lot more, and that has kind of been the name of the game for the supports for a really long time. That's why Lucio Kiriko has been so dominant in so many different maps and backlines, is because they can just live forever. So I think that giving some adjustments to some of the heroes to allow them to also survive for a long time opens the options up in terms of backline. So we will see. Yep, Juno Brig. I like Team 2 are going to have Icy and Soulsave back over on that Zarya Reaper, but False coming out on the Ram here. You're going to have a lot of frontline presence in this tank.
You know, for the longest time, I called him Ram Tara, and nobody corrected me. But point is, though, let's pop in, though, easily just get some energy back, though. But considering how aggressive they're playing, dude, Team 2 just cannot contend. This Brig worked a bit earlier, but not so much right now.
No, it's gonna be tricky against the Ram, where he's gonna be able to just punch through your shield. Gorilla's actually gonna swap over very quickly here. So over onto the Kiriko here. Hey, like to see the flexibility. Kiriko not necessarily in the hero pool of every main support player, so good to see that coming out from Gorilla. Nice to make an adjustment that way.
Yep. I don't mind this at all. Like we were saying before, right? Is we want to be able to see the flexibility from as many all these players and DPSs and healers as possible, because you're here to show off your stuff. You're here to show that you have what it takes. Amadou definitely has what it takes. This guy is a beast, man.
Yeah, definitely agree, and that's going to really help out Team 1 here. Yeah, they're really just controlling all of the space right now. And I don't think that Team 2 are even going to be able to get back in for a recontest here, because this point is going to tick up so fast. Alex, the pulse bomb is ready.
That was almost a one clip, but I think it's just enough to finish Aimer off, and we're already at 95. This is rough, though. Icy's up alone without a paddle. Finally has to support, but he's being slow. The rest of his team waiting to catch up, and he's just trying to delay, but there's not a lot he can do here. And Floss even goes ahead, builds up the Annihilation, so now, this is tough.
Yeah, that's pretty decisive point cap for Team 1, and I think that unless they make some adjustments to the way that they're playing this Zarya Reaper comp, they're gonna have a really hard time running into this Ramatra over and over again. They need to force out the Nemesis form, back up, and then go in.
It pulls up the grabs also, just be able to take out Amadou, but it's a pick-off by the end, but one that may prove to be impactful depending on if you can actually capitalize off of it. But with False and Alex around the corner, they can't get any more trades, so grab gets them one, but not much more, especially because it's pushed out early. It's early cap, but Team 1 has so many check marks, dude.
Yep. And they're gonna use one right away, right? Amadou is taking the high ground as well. They commit the rally, and Team 1 wants to take this back immediately.
Yeah, and they should be able to do so as well. Reaper pops up top, sees it already, that TP being taken away. So Soulsick also committing to his ult, meaning that we traded, I think, almost 2 for 2 by the end of that. But again, Team 1 comes out on top, and they still have some of the backbone.
Graveyard has swapped over on a Life Weaver. I have
What?
not. Okay. Yeah. Just trying to get a reaction out of me. Well, it worked, Graveyard. Yeah, this is gonna be over back to the Juno here. His team begging him not to do that, I suspect. Team 1, and the Pulse Bomb ready to go for Alex here. This Kitsune Rush from Gorilla could be a good way for Team 2 to break into this point here. They just need to try and find their way through the choke point so they can get a nice long sight line.
Speaking of outlines, already with Imri being down, Amadou comes up and cleans up 2 more in quick succession. Meaning that this will only make things much harder for the rest of the team as the percentage continues to tick up, though. Icy get burst on points. The team looks to isolate anybody here, but the rest of the team is already rotating out. So Team 1 has seen this strat, and from here, they're just rushing back and easy with the rest of the team too.
Trying to build up to this grab from Icy. They're running out of time. Somebody's gonna have to trigger the overtime. Hey, opening the kill on Amadou is good, but the trades come through, and overtime means Team 2 has to stay on this point.
Yeah, they've just got to step it up here, though. There's a grab to being pushed out to get actually 2 more. So with 3 falling from Team 1, this is a good hold, if anything. But from Team 2, it'll just be a hold if they push themselves towards overtime and keep themselves alive in the game for a bit longer. So good efforts.
Right, yeah, this is big. They're going to build a little bit more percentage here. Team 1 going to have some pretty big ults to back into this, and only needing to win one more fight. It's looking pretty good for them. I do think that at some point Icy might have to swap off of the Zarya. Now that you have Soulsay over on the Tracer, you're going to have so much harder of a time trying to take this frontline duel against False. So unless you're going to just rotate away every time, I feel like there might be a swap in the future.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised at all here, but Amadou pushes out the ult, meaning that the bubbles can only do so much, and the rest comes in for support. But I see! Actually, Weirdos comes in, tries to come in, misses the stun, and so 2 being taken away. That's 2 really nice picks coming out for the tank. We were talking about swaps, maybe not just yet. Yeah.
I like it. You know what? Seeing False fall last in the fight here is the right call for Team 2. They need to just avoid this Ramatra altogether, go for the picks onto the backline, onto the support, or onto the DPS, and then clean the tank up last. So I think that is a good adjustment. If you're going to stick on the Zarya, like, absolutely make those rotations. Don't take the front to back. Try to find, like, a back to front kind of a situation. as they will tie us up here on New Junk City. We're going to move over on to Bomb Flats for the second point. So it's not a far walk here. Team 1 are going to get themselves set up first on the point, and they have a slew of ultimates to try and win this one out.
Yeah, this is, like you were saying, we'll go ahead and pop Q on every single other person in the Annihilation. Doing enough for not just necessarily pushes us yet to gain control of it. And there it is, as it pops out, and just as quickly as it pops, it's also taken away. Team 2 doing a really good job of controlling the pace. The adaptations have been fantastic for them.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, you don't necessarily have to make all of the swaps as long as you're just, changing the way that you're playing. I think Solsei over on the Tracer is actually it's helping quite a bit here for Team 2 because somebody is able to put pressure onto Alex here, and it really allows Graveyard and Gorilla to have a little bit more breathing room on the support duo. They do have both these support ults to work with now as well. So, I mean, the Kitsune Rush alone and the Orbit alone could both win a fight, so it's just a matter of making sure you don't pop both at the same time.
Exactly that, right? So we'll see if that actually can actually fare, but Redux pops his own, so we'll see False Meeting with just as quickly can't survive past the ult. So from Team 2, doing a great job of kiting, but no significant picks on either side as IC being built up. We'll take out the Juno just as easily. And suddenly, we're seeing a brand new look from these teams.
Yeah, I love it. It's they're taking kind of initiative in these fights, and good response as well. Like, even though they lose Solsei first there, it's the immediate commit in with the Orbital Ray, and then it's just the focus fire onto False. And you can take the Ramatra out first if you have that kind of extra damage from an ultimate to make it happen. So I like this, and this is going to earn Team 2 a second point here on New Junk City. Going to set themselves at a map point. We will, of course, do all 5 of the points, but they would love to have bragging rights in a win here. So we'll see them hold on to the Kitsune Rush as well. So they have that to work with as we head over to Refinery for our next point. Cal's down early as well, so you're going to have to wait a little while longer for Team 1 to try and even get a fight in. You need the Juno to be here. So that will mean that Team 2 gets to set themselves up on the point first, but Amadou pulling out this overclock, trying to make some space for Team 1. They don't want this point to go over to Team 2 for free. Didn't have any space to work with, though, so nothing going to come from that overclock. Finds the good old-fashioned railgun headshot, taking Graveyard out of the mix, but there is still a Kitsune Rush on the point here, and that is going to buy enough space for Team to at least get some percentage on the point here. They're trying to build up to this grab as well, but IC is very, very low. Aimer's taking down Amadou, though, so that should be the end of the fight here, but losing IC could maybe open things up. No. The rest of Team 2 will find the eliminations here, and despite losing their tank in that fight, they're going to go ahead and maintain control of this point. And of course, since IC did die first in that fight, didn't have the opportunity to commit the grab in. So for this next fight, we are going to have both those DPS ultimates for Team 2. An option to combo with the grab potentially, but False is building up to this Annihilation, so that's going to be a big point presence here. You just need to force out some of these cooldowns for Team 2 to make sure that you can get an elimination and to continue the Annihilation on as you use it. Bubble out from IC. Graveyard's down early again here. Team 2 are going to have to commit something in to try and find the trade. The overclock from Aimer isn't the ult to make that happen. And the flip does actually come through for Team 1. Amadou taking out Gorilla as well. Graveyard is still, of course, walking back from the spawn. So that will be Team 1 flipping Refinery back over, and just in the nick of time. If you guys are wondering why Rain is talking so much, we just had Ravish lose his internet. So we'll see if we can get him back on. Team 1 in control. Support ults still ready to go, but are they going to be enough in the face of this grab that's coming in from Icy? Especially when Solsei has the Pulse Bomb to try and combo with. It's definitely going to be tough here. Team 1 are going to want to look to go first in this fight and play split so they don't all get caught in this grab. Team 2's looking to push through first, and Graveyard has just been targeted out every single time. The grab comes in, the Pulse Bomb committed as well. Both support ults are going to keep Team 1 alive, however, and at 91%, it is not looking good for Team 2 to get another touch here on Refinery. Amadou commits this overclock in. It's the overtime. Solsei getting some toes on the point. Both support all well from the side of Team 2 come through. Graveyard gonna find a pick. Solsei ends up falling, but otherwise the numbers looking good here for Team 2. And they find the kill on to False as well. And somehow Team 2 managed to hold on. They will pick up the 3rd point here in Refinery. Technically claiming the map. We'll give them a little win here, but we gotta go over to the Ducks to finish things out. It's just a short hit, hop, skip, and a jump. So Team 2 managed to get caught up first here. We're gonna have the overclock from Aimer coming online soon as well. So they need to try and build up to that. It's gonna be the only ult on the board for them. Pulse Bomb and an Annihilation here coming online for Team 1. Gonna be pressure up onto this high ground. False does not want to give any space for Aimer to work with this overclock. Pulse Bomb out, it connects onto the bubble though. Aimer's gonna manage to dodge that. The overclock is still active, trying to find targets, but only finding shields, and now it is time for Team 1 to go in. The Annihilation popped, but False is so split from his team. Redix is not gonna be able to get any heals onto him, and Cal is actually dead here. Redix still managing to keep things going. The point was capped up from Team 1 in all of that chaos, but yeah, Team 2 are showing a lot of red in the kill feed here. They take down False, Icy with the kill onto Alex as well, so 27% is all the Team 1 is going to have to work with. And Team 2 going to get themselves set up on this high ground once again. Icy building up to the graph, but for the first time in probably a little while, we are at a neutral fight now, and, you know, on paper, the Ramatra should win out against Azaria in a neutral fight, so Team 2 definitely want to build this grab quickly and get the Kitsune Rush online as well. They've taken the lead now on Ducks. They're trying to keep some space between them and Team 1. False, though, not concerned about it. It's going to be the speed ring over the engage, and Icy desperately trying to get this grab online. You force the Nemesis form out of False. Could be a solo grab onto the tank and just try to find the elim. But you lose Solsei here. Maybe they were trying to build up the Pulse Bomb. Vortex in is going to split off some members of Team 2. The grab from Icy came out and it connected on the backline. Looks to just ignore False altogether. The Kitsune Rush across the top from Gorilla going to help lock things in. Again, Team 1 somehow managed to get this flip despite the chaos. Alex getting his toes on the point, but it is just going to be a small percentage gained for them here as Team 2 is going to take back control of Ducks. Graveyard and Solsei with the ults online, but Team 1 with 4 ults to work with here. Both those support ults, both those DPS ults. It's going to be the rally and the overclock in. Graveyard commits this orbital ray, though. Team 2 want to get aggressive here. They want to end this fight before there's even a touch on the point, but Alex, always good for that touch on the point. Meanwhile, though, the fight is happening on the sidelines. The flip goes over onto Team 1. Managed to hold on to their Pulse Bomb, but everything else out. Aimer taking down Red X, not done yet. Gonna find Amadou as well, and well, that should be a cleanup here as Solsei probably back on point duty is going to get the flip back over. Overtime triggered now. Team 1 have anybody to touch the point. They'll be able to extend this a little bit longer. Once again, it falls onto Alex, but yeah, 1 Tracer against 5 members of Team 2 is not going to go the way of the Tracer. Nemesis form out from False. Has the Annihilation as well, though. Takes down Icy. That grab was almost ready to go. However, Aimer is still in the fight, still doing damage. And the DPS for the side of Team 2 will clean things up. They will pick up the win here on Ducks. And, yeah, fantastic job here from the teams, and hey, it's me. there's no solo caster backline, so here we are with Rain as a no. It's all good. Thank you to my producer for keeping things going. We're trying to get Ravish back on here, but he's having some internet issues, so we'll see what can be done. But that was a pretty good showing here on New Junk City for these 2 teams. We have 1 more map in the books. It's probably going to be a control map, but yeah, like I mentioned earlier, at one point in 1 block, we ended on a push map, and it totally threw me for a loop. So there is a small possibility, but I suspect, yeah, it's probably going to be control. So we'll see where we end up. It's been very exciting, a lot of back and forth between these teams. We can see that they're fairly well balanced at this point, although New Junk City, yeah, maybe a little bit less balanced, but I love to see the Zarya composition coming out on top, and we kind of mentioned it as we were on I think it was the second or the third flashpoint of New Junk City, is that we really did need to see an adjustment in the play style if they wanted to stick with the Zarya composition. So we did end up getting to see that adjustment in the playstyle, and it made all of the difference. We can see here, point number one, you're using this Ramatra to just take all of the space, and the rest of the DPS for the side of the blue team following up on it excellently. But once we saw Icy kind of lock in on just ignoring the Ramatra, playing that back to front, more so looking to kind of focus on the back line and the DPS, we saw a lot more success for this red team, and I think that, yeah, the swap for Solsei over onto the Tracer also made a really, really big difference. The Reaper is very strong, and I do think that, you know, on certain maps, I think the Zarya Reaper comp could really, really dominate, but Flashpoint maps, they're wide open maps. There's a lot of space that is more or less just kind of dead space for a Tracer to hang out in. So you needed to have somebody who's going to be able to match Alex on some of those angles. And also Solsei doing a really good job once over on the Reaper to follow up on a lot of the damage that came through. Not so much responsible for being that initiator anymore, but rather on cleanup duty. So fantastic stuff from these teams. Lots of value also from the ultimates. I think that a really good recognize of like which ults were going to be kind of like the initiators, what they needed to use to go for kind of a response to other ults being used. So you love to see it. Of course, this is top tier level gameplay, right? We're here for the Overwatch World Cup. These players are putting their best foot forward, and I think we're really, really getting to see it right now. Not just in the micro and the mechanics of these players, but and the macro understanding of how to make adjustments on the fly. Sometimes it's not always about making a straight up counter swap. Sometimes it's about changing up the strategy of the comp that you're running in the moment. So we love to see it. Yeah, we're in the second block here. This is the last one. Like I mentioned, we're down to the final map, so we're gonna find out where we will go for this potentially control map. Again, I'm speculating, but I think that we need to see Lijiang Tower. We started on Ilios, so if I don't meet the Lijiang Tower scrim block quota, I think bad things will happen. I've been informed. Bad things will not happen. We're gonna meet the quota. We'll go over to Lijiang Tower for the final map here in the block. We may potentially also have some swaps in the rosters, and also some bans coming through. So we did have the Lucio and Emre ban coming out on the last map. So New Junk City, we had no Lucio. That's why we ended up on the kind of the Brig Juno comp. I'm being sent a nice little image here, a little screenshot. Doesn't look like we have any swaps coming through though, so we're gonna be running it again on New Junk City or on Lijiang Tower. So I'm excited to see what we end up on. I do feel like the bans are going to be very impactful here for Lijiang. The D.Va pretty strong. The Zarya can definitely be played as well. Definitely seems like Icy kind of leans towards those off-tank roles. Looks like we do have, Danny has some bans coming in for us. So it's not going to be Icy on the Zarya. We're going to take the Zarya off, the selection, and the Sojourn off as well. So the Sojourn ban, I think, is more or less just trying to force Amadou over onto the Emre, I think. Emre is typically a little bit stronger on Lijiang Tower anyways, so it'll be interesting to see the matchup of Amadou versus Reception Cells, who is the Aimer 7. As we're gonna get the matchup here. And Tracer D.Va, it's a mirror comp. It's all gonna be light market to start things off, and already we can see Team 2 is taking all of the space here. Aimer takes down Solsei as well, so this is going to be the point opening up soon. It'll probably be Alex that is sent back to get that point capped up, and yeah, you can see that Team 2 just leave false out of the mech. Gonna go back, the quick swap over back to the D.Va here just to get the mech back, but percentage building here for Team 2. And they're not opting to take a whole lot of space out in the open here, and that is because they're very aware of the damage that the M-Ray can put through. Ooh, Graveyard gonna find that kill onto Red X here, so Team 1 already at a deficit at the start of this fight. False has gone in very, very deep trying to find a trade here, and hey, all the space that he's managed to create, Amadou is capitalizing on that, but will end up getting punished here. And again, the point is still in control of Team 2, and False is demeched in Team 2's spawn. It's going to be a walk over to the edge, a bonk on the head, and that's another fight win here for Team 2. They have built up to the Pulse Bomb, and very much leading in all the other ults. Graveyard going to have that Kitsune Rush online first to work with. It's going to be a rotation through the left side here for Team 1. They haven't really put any pressure on the point so far. Might have to have Solsei make a rotation around. Good opening pick. Aimer finds Amadou, but it's always the trade that comes through immediately here for Team 2. This time, though, Amadou going to find Gorilla as well. There's no supports in the fight here. Oh, Graveyard actually in the fight is going to commit that Kitsune Rush on to the point, so that'll make it very difficult for Team 1 to walk in, even though they have a numbers advantage. Amadou, yeah, gonna end up falling there. The Pulse Bomb from Solsei only gonna find Brick and Mortar. And at 82% here, Team 1 are going to be scrambling to get a regroup. Somebody needs to stay alive to get the recontest. It's not going to be Redix, and it's not going to be Cal. Amadou has pulled out the override protocol here, putting in some damage, but it does not have the mobility to find his way over towards the point. 97% here. It will be Solsei that triggers the overtime. Icy has this Diva Bomb ready to go. False also has the bomb. Is gonna have to use it for the remake. The support ults are nearly ready to go for Team 1. False has fallen though. There's no tank presence on the point. From Redix is good. Connects onto 4, but it's not gonna keep Redix alive through this override protocol. The bomb on the point will pick up Amadou, and over time trickling away. Solsei will be the last one around and will end up falling here. So that is a very decisive team fight here for Team 2. 100% to 0. Fantastic showing here on Night Market. We'll move into Control Center for point number 2, though. So this is where we could see things change a little bit composition-wise, unless Alex has locked his note. We just have the Soj Zarya ban, so it's not a forced composition per se. But I suspect that we might stick on the divas here. This is where we could potentially have seen maybe a swap over onto the Ramattra. We are getting the Sims on the board, but it's just going to be the TP out, and then it'll be probably the swap over onto the Tracer. Although Alex has shown us a little bit of May on occasion, so that may be on the board. But I think that if you're anticipating Solsei is going to be on the Tracer, you're probably going to want to match the Tracer. All right, doors are opening. Comps are locking in. It's the TP out, and it will be... Oh, Alex is sticking on the Sim. Okay, Team 2 are looking to get control of White Room here. They are going to, have the Sim, so you need to keep the Sim alive long enough in the fight to build up this charge. That'll help you demech this Diva very, very quickly. TP over. It's going to be nice use of the mobility here for Team 2, but now they actually end up getting a little bit split here. Point's going to unlock momentarily. And the thing about running the Sim is that you do great in the long fights where you get charged up, but you're not going to be able to really control Solsei on this Tracer in any way, shape, or form. Gorilla going to be the first one to fall, but False does end up getting demeched here, so essentially no tank on the board for Team 1. Alex falls, and yeah, it has to be the disengage here for Team 2. They lose their Symmetra. And despite False being out of the mech, it's not going to be a recontest here. It will be the point flipped by Team 1. False going to get that mech back as well. Pulse Bomb and Override Protocol will be coming online shortly for Team 1. Interestingly, Alex is sticking on the Sim. So, I mean, the element of surprise is long gone here, so you're going to have to make excellent use of the mobility, and we'll do just that. Oh, False was actually going to try and get the Mega Health Pack there. ends up getting punished. It's got to be quick cleanup now, though, for Team 2. False is going to get back into this fight fairly quickly on that D.Va. Lots of mobility on the tank, and so far, it's going to be Amadou using this override protocol as a zoning ult, buying time for False to get back into this fight, and that, of course, means more percentage on the board here for Team 1. False bomb in, doesn't find anything. Graveyard's going to commit this Kitsune Rush straight across the white room, and man, his team is going to make excellent use of it. There is the flip the Team 2 were looking for momentarily. And a bit of a late kill on to False as well. Amadou. The swap over onto the Widow just to try and punish anybody that dares peek their head around that corner. And then it'll be the swap back over. Alright, False is sick and tired of being demeched. Is going to move over onto the Ram. And, the spam damage from the M-Ray. Finding Graveyard, that is so unlucky for Team 2, but just the ticket for Team 1 to march their way onto the point. We have the Kitsune Rush. Alex is going to commit this Photon Barrier, splitting the point in two. So this is going to be a little bit of defensive capability here for Team 2 to work with. Taking down Redix is a good start as well. That beat almost online, not going to be in this fight, and all charged up. Alex will melt down Cal, melt down False, and ready to make gold bars. That's going to be the percentage still maintained here for Team 2. And honestly, great job on the ult economy. Gonna have the tank ult, aim it with his override protocol. We'll have matching beats for both teams, but at least Cal has this Kitsune Rush. It's going to be an option for Team 1 to use to break into this point. They don't really have anything else in the way of initiation because they can't go for that early beat. Alright, there's the beat out in response to this override protocol. Gorilla gets taken down. I'm not sure that the beat for Gorilla got out. If it didn't connect onto many, Red X ends up falling. So it's a trade on the Lucios here. But Team 1 also have a Kitsune Rush on the point to work with. They have flipped this point back over. Team 2 are still in this fight though. Icy setting up on point here. Yeah, it's going to be an immediate flip back over. Great stuff from Team 2 to just go for a soft disengage and then re-engage. Red X falls here. Amadou is going to try to find a quick trade using this override protocol. Ooh, Icy putting pressure onto this M-Ray. Tracer ends up getting taken down, but they had that pulse bomb to work with here. It is it's the boom! What a massive move from Red X. Icy had the bomb to work with as well. Yeah, it's scramble time now. Team 2 don't want to let this flip over. They're going to commit the ult in overtime, and that is going to draw ult out of Team 1. Annihilation on the point. They're fighting through a Kitsune Rush and a Photon Barrier. Yuzu is out. Pulse is very low. Alex, yeah, the longer that Sim stays alive in these fights, it's so hard for anybody to stay alive through that beam, man. Alright, that'll be Lijiang Tower Control Center, picked up by Team 2. They'll get their technical win here on the map as we head into Gardens for our final point. But, man, I love to see the Symmetra come out from Alex. At first I was thinking that you need to swap off of it. Once the Team 1 saw that there was a Sim on the other side, they can adjust their playstyle by, taking down the Sim. Sim's got to be the #1 target here. You ignore the D.Va, you move over onto the Ramatra as well, so that should have given you kind of a leg up in that fight against the Symmetra and the D.Va comp, but it's just really good job from Team 2 to put the resources into Alex and into Icy to kind of create enough space for Alex to stay alive on the Sim. So I don't think we're going to see a repeat of the Sim here on Garden, but what do I know? Alex is having a grand old time, is going to stick on that Sim. False is going to move back to the D.Va though, so mirror matchup saved for that flex DPS. However, not a lot of space has been gained here for Team 2. They do have the teleporter coming online though, so everybody's going to disengage back. It's going to be a teleport across into the white room. But now you're looking at a whole lot of spam damage coming in from Amadou. So you got to get yourself set up on this point if you're Team 2, and you got to pressure out some of these DPS because it is not a guaranteed point flip just because you found your TP to the back of the point. Nice use of the mobility. The point still hasn't flipped. Icy falling very, very low, but yeah, it's just a stabilization behind the point here. I like this from Soulsay trying to get an angle on this Team 2. Need to try and split them right now so that you have access to those DPS. Mech very low. False is gonna end up getting demeched here, and that will actually a point flipping momentarily over onto Team 1. I think everybody from Team 2 just kited up into the white room a little bit too far. But it is only 9% that will be gained here for Team 1 as a team kill comes through, and Team 2 are going to go ahead, get themselves set up with the symmetric composition. Amadou has the override protocol to work with. This is a really good point to try and use it because it's really going to force positioning hard. There's way too much open space for anybody to just sit in the open for that. Dulce is going to move over onto the Pharah as well, so this will be a nice counter to that Stim. Override protocol is going to be matched with the beat. Nice beat from Gorilla, finds all 5 members, and it's going to allow Aver to just focus on taking down in the sky. Kitsune Rush across the bridge here for Team 1. Does allow them to get across the bridge, but once they're on the point, they're not really benefiting from that Kitsune Rush. D-Mech on the false here is going to slow down the push exponentially here, and yeah, Team 1 they just have to disengage or die and be forced back into the point. It's this Ice is pushing so far up here. Honestly, might get punished for it. Grabs the Mega on the way back and will make it out safely. So lots of ults to work with here. It's gonna be the Ajax. Runix does not get the beat off, and Aimer is going to rub salt in the wound with an override protocol. Team kill through here, and Team 2 are just on a tear right now. Amadou making another swap. Gonna go over onto the Sierra. Haven't gotten to see a whole lot of her, and the only time I've seen her is from Amadou. So nice to see once again the newest hero making a brief appearance here. Pulse has the bomb to work with, but otherwise not a whole lot for Team 1 to try and win out this overtime fight. Not gonna have the Lucio to make it happen. There's the bomb in. Cal. Oh, Jericho getting knocked off the edge. There's no backline here for Team 1, and there's a photon barrier. There's a Kitsune Rush to deal with, and the bomb from Icy will not even be needed. Team 2 will pick up Lijiang Tower in a pretty stellar fashion here. So, not the banger of a Lijiang Tower that we were maybe hoping for, but hey, we got to see some Symmetra here from Alex, and that was honestly quite the treat. I expected maybe a swap off on Control Center. Definitely not expecting to see it on Garden, but Team 2 worked around that hero really, really well. So, honestly, fantastic stuff here from these players. It has been such a privilege to get to cover them throughout not just this block, but the previous blocks as well. So shout out to the 43 players that we had trialing for Team Canada. It is really honestly heartbreaking that there's only going to be 7 that will be signed to it. We thank everybody for showing up, but you'll have to stay tuned to find out when the roster will be announced. I believe that's going to be it for us here tonight, though. We've completed our 6 maps. So big shout out to St. Clair for putting on such a stellar broadcast, and shout out as well to all of you for coming out and supporting Canada in our attempts to put together an Overwatch World Cup team. So we hope to see you in the future. Stick around as we get the players sorted, get the roster finalized, and be ready to cheer on Canada in the 2026 Overwatch World Cup.
Seems to go.